Hi P.
Hi P. What's up, y'all? Welcome very much to the stream. Gonna be doing some more Unity tutorial stuff with our good friend Tom. And then it's Undo Crew with the Undo Crew. Mr. Tom Unity. That's what they call him. That's what he does. Dave, thank you for 43 months. Very much appreciated, dude. All right, let's get it going.
I'll write what I'm talking about.
Let's
and then
pick it up
ask
where we
ChatGPT
left
to figure
off.
out what it needs to do to make that work. Scene manager dot load scene. Yes, and then so this will load a scene, but the thing we've got to put in brackets is a string. So we could type what's it called, sample scene, but we don't want to do that really because we're bound to rename this. This is a stupid name for the scene. What I really want, rather than having a hard-coded value here, let's have a public slot for it. So if we do public scene asset, let's call it first scene, and then I guess scene asset also needs to import something. The first option here, using Unity Editor. I'm going to click that. Yeah. Scene asset is a thing. So yeah, it's just a variable type that can store a reference to the scene. And when I go back to it, we should find on our button. Let's actually name this image object. I'm going to call it button because this really is the object that has the button stuff on it. And yeah, there's this little field for first scene, and I'm just going to, I could drag it from here, but you do, so we will.
Yes, I am the Lord.
But yeah, that means if we rename the scene now,
while
this
look
will still
there is
work,
ongoing.
even though it's loading
Is
by
that
string, because
legal?
each time it looks asks the scene. Hey, what is
Hey
your name?
Jane,
So
thank you for
change it.
29 months.
So to test this, first I'm going to actually do stuff, and then I click new game. Yeah, we're back to where we were. Great.
I am indeed a criminal.
The next thing our menu needs probably is a way to go back to the game. Right? We're in a menu mode. We want to get rid of the menu, right? So I'm going to duplicate this button. Maybe I should at this point, before I make two copies of a thing, let's make it a prefab. Drag it down here. Now it's a prefab, and now I can duplicate it, and they'll both be instances of the same prefab. And if I change the prefab, they'll both change, which is a good thing. This one, so I can like drag this button down, and if I click on the text, I can type in a new name for it. This one's going to be resume.
He's so fast. It's like he's moving at 1.5 times the speed that a normal person does. You know what I mean? How did he drag it down? Not like that, right? You can't drag UI elements. Did he just yoink the coordinate?
Prefab, and now I can duplicate it, and they'll both be instances of the same prefab. And if I change the prefab, they'll both change, which is a good thing. This one, so I can like drag this button down.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And so shall we.
And if I click on the text, I can type in a new name for it. This one's going to be resume. But actually, I don't want to be manually positioning every button. If we have like 5 of these, I don't have to manually set the position of each one. And if I rescale them, it's all going to mess up. So we will, within our canvas, I'm going to right click on this, and I'm going to create an empty game object that I'll call main menu. I'm going to give it a component called vertical layout group. And then I'm going to drag this button into it, and then I'm going to drag the other button into it as well. And so they have, because they're both children of a vertical layout group, they get laid out vertically. Right now they've laid out such that there's no gap between them at all. If I increase the spacing variable here, there will be a gap between them. And if I have loads of elements, the gap will be the same between all of them. They've got a bit wonky, haven't they? They're not quite centered. That is because child alignment, these are children of the vertical layout group, is set to upper left. Let's make it be set to middle center. I think I also just want this main menu. Right now it's a 100 by 100 image. It's a 100 by 100 rectangle in the middle of child alignment. These are children of the vertical layout group, is set to upper left. Let's make it be set to middle center. I think I also just want this main menu. Right now, it's a 100 by 100 image. It's a 100 by 100 rectangle in the middle of the screen. I can't. Let me just check. There's a reason that I don't want that to happen. Yeah. Okay. If I make loads of them, it goes off the bottom of the screen, right? Really, we want the whole thing to be centered. The reason that's happening is that I'll add an image to it just so you can see how the size of it. So if I that white image is where our vertical layout group is. So it's actually a small thing in the middle, and then we've overstuffed it with elements that then spill out to the bottom, and that's why it's gone off center. So the layout group is centered, and it says that all of its children should be centered as well, but we're not seeing that, and that's because we've made it too small. It actually can't contain the stuff, and when it overflows, who knows what's going to happen. So let's do what we did before with the in the same way we got the text to fill the button. Let's get the main menu to fill the screen. So we open that up, we hold Shift and Alt, and we have it fill the screen. Now you can tell it fills the screen because it's gone completely white. I find it really useful just to add an image component to these. Anything that's sort of invisible, let's make it visible so we can see how big it really is. And I'm just going to uncheck that for now because we don't need to be that big. That's great, but now it's not really obeying our spacing, is it? We said 18 pixels and it's doing, I don't know what that is, but it's more. That's because child force expand, the worst phrase in the world, really. Force expand your children. Let's uncheck height, and now it makes it as small as, it obeys the spacing basically, it does what we asked it to with the spacing. I don't think we want to expand width either. I don't think it matters at this stage, but just those settings in general, I like turn them off.
Cool.
Okay, we don't need that many buttons, but we will need, what the hell, we do need more than 2. So one of them will be credits. One of them will be resume. Let's make one for quit. And then we don't need this last one. So we've got new game, credits, quit, and resume. But all of these are buttons, they all run the button code, and the button code just loads the first scene, so that's not very good. We need all these buttons to do different things. And so this is, can be a tricky problem. I've gone through many different ways of approaching this, most of which are unsatisfactory to different degrees. But the one I sort of discovered right at the end of this process on Tactical Breach Wizards is, well, not that process has ended, but most recently, is we can basically have the button in the same way that it has a field for scene here, and other things have fields for game objects that you can stick in there and stuff. We can actually have it make a field for a method for something like this. He struggles to find an example of a method. These are all methods, but just like get random shake amount. We could have it refer to that. So let me do that. Let's do a public. They're called Unity events. I do Unity event.
Okay.
And again, I'm going to do Alt Enter because it needs to import this top one called using Unity events. And we'll say event to trigger. So to test this, this line of code here that we wrote, what that really does is starts a new game. So let's cut that out, and we'll do a public void.
Whoa.
So to test this, this line of code here that we wrote, what that really does is starts a new game. So let's cut that out, and we'll do a public void. Remember, void is any method that doesn't return anything. And we'll say start new game. Doesn't need an argument, and it's just going to have that one line of code here. So that's the same thing we were doing before, we're just giving it its own name. And now, instead of left-clicking being hard-coded to start new game, instead we're going to say event to trigger. Nope, event to trigger. We want it to actually happen, right? Event to trigger, let's trigger it. And the way you do that is dot invoke brackets. It would seem intuitive, wouldn't it, to do something like this, but that doesn't work because event to trigger is not a method in itself. It's not its own function. It's a variable that stores a function. So on that variable we do invoke, and that's the same thing. Wow, I already made a big deal of that. So this is the same functionality that we had before. In theory, we're using a variable now. And when I go back to my button, we should see a new slot here. And it's going to be an unusual slot. We haven't seen one like this before. It's a list. I guess we could have loads of events trigger from one button. We only want one. When we click the little plus here, it's going to ask us, not for a method initially, it's going to ask us for an object. Like, what object do you want to run a method on? And in this case, it's going to be us. So I'm going to drag our own button into this slot. That's the object that has the component on it that we're going to run a function of. Then it says no function. Well, we do want it to run a function. So when I click this, what this is giving us is a list of all the components on the game object we gave it. And the method we want, it's in the button script, isn't it? That's why we wrote it. When I go to button, there's actually a whole lot of stuff here that I don't know about. I guess these are standard built-in methods that we're not using. And right down here is start new game. So that is a method we've defined and has to be public. I forget if I actually mentioned that, but the word public there is important because we're going to access it from outside of that script. We're going to access it from the inspector, which, same way with variables, when you make them public, they pop up here. and we'll make that public. It's accessible here. So this ought to do exactly what we just did. So I can move around, and when I click new game, we go back to start. Great. The reason we did all that is that we don't want to. What I don't want to do is write a different script for all 4 of these buttons. They're all buttons. They should all run the button script. I just want to change what they do when you click them. And so now it's a variable, so we can change it. Of course, we don't have variables for this. And one way to do it is I could write all of the variables in the button script. Like every button knows all the things a button can do, and then in the inspector you just choose which thing it should do. That's not a bad way to do it, but I actually want a sort of central menu manager kind of thing. And when we made our canvas in the first place, we gave it a canvas behavior. I'm going to open this up. It does very little. I thought I was going to open it up. Yeah, all it does is gives references a reference to it, so other things can access it. I think this.
Did we? Oh, there we go.
This is a good place to put our start new game function. So I'm going to cut it from here, and I'm going to paste it into canvas behavior. So this is really like a menu manager. We could rename it. I won't go through that because it's just, I think you already know how to rename things, but basically rename it here and rename the file. We actually need to import, should we just copy all of those using things that we had before? Events, scene management, UI, or even the editor as well. Let's just copy all of that and paste it up top here. Yeah. By the way, when these go, some of these went dark and some of them are still light. That's because the light ones are the ones that we are using. So all these dark ones, we're not actually using anything from those yet, but we want them there. And its current complaint is that first scene is not defined here, which is true. We defined it in button, so, and that was a weird way to do it, right? So let's cut that out and put it in scene, sorry, in canvas behavior. So we've moved it over now. Doesn't really make sense for every button to have to know about what the first scene of the game is. There should be one central place where that information is stored, and it will be this one. And again, I can just click the little target here. The slot has appeared. Click the little target, sample scene. So let's do another check where the thing will behave exactly as it already did.
Not doing shit.
If all went well. But just to prove I haven't broken anything, I have broken something. This is why it's good to verify
Broke
things.
everything,
What I
so.
didn't do is I haven't changed this, right? So previously we told it to look on the button for this thing, and now it's saying missing button, start new game, doesn't have one. Now we want to drag in the canvas to this object slot here. So what thing do you want to run a function on?
Boy.
It will be on the canvas. And what function do you want to run? Well, within canvas behavior, you should find something called start new game. And there it is. And I'm trying to think what the next easiest one to do is. The next easiest one is very easy, but it's one we can't actually prove works. So public void quit. Excuse me, no, not on application quit, just quit.
Whoa. Calm it down.
And the code for that is just application.quit. That, oh sorry, that needs brackets because it's a function. So that just tells the game to quit. That is how you quit a game. And I will do this just to show you how you sort of hook up another button. So our quit button is this one. We might as well name it while we're here. Well, let's double check that it is the quit button. It says the word quit, and I'll just copy that word and then go up here and name the button that. And then in this event trigger thing, so one reason that this is a nice way to do it is that these are all children of the same prefab, And so this slot exists for all of them now because I edited one, but the contents of it have not propagated because I set up that new game functionality. I did that just on the instance, I didn't do it on the prefab. And that means every instance is going to be different. And so on this one, again, we'll drag in canvas to the object. For the function, we'll say go to canvas behavior, and you should find a quit function. And I won't test this because it literally does nothing. When you're running the game in the editor, it can't quit, like it's not going to close Unity or whatever. I think it should just leave play mode, that's how I would handle it, but no, it's standard Unity behavior to just ignore the quit command when you're running in the editor. Once we want to compile the game and give it to other people and make it a standalone application, then obviously quit will work. So I think the next one we'll do is resume. And resume, what's I'm going to do is going to hide this menu. So this is another thing that I think should go in canvas behavior. I think that whole main menu, let's have a reference to it. Game object, main menu. And let's also have a public game object for current menu. Because we're going to have the main menu, we're going to have the credits menu, we might have other menus down the line. And if I was to make a public void hide menu, then what I'd write in there is current menu dot set active false. And then I think on startup we will say current menu equals main menu. Will we do that? Yeah, that's fine for now. Just trying to decide, like, when the game starts, do you want...
Yes, I am the Lord.
Hi.
Hey, Beer, what's up? Thank you for 73 months. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's fine for now. Just trying to decide, like, when the game starts, do you want the menu up or do you want it down? So, wait, I didn't do anything yet. This resume button, again, we'll go find the text that says the word resume, and I'm going to copy it, and then place that into the name of that button so we don't forget what it does. And then this event list, let's add one. Again, we'll drag in the canvas. Again, we'll go down to here, go to canvas behavior, and then we should find hide menu. And now let's play the game. Didn't work. Because the main menu variable has not been assigned. Oh, that's the whole thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so my idea is, we don't actually need this yet, but drag in main menu to here. So my idea is, what do I want to happen if I... In the editor, if I just unchecked main menu here, it disappears, right? That's what we want to happen at runtime. We don't destroy it or anything, we just want to hide it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Disabling is a good way of doing that.
Congrats on the
so
job,
we don't
though.
need the main menu variable just yet. I guess we kind of do. Anyway, I made it two variables for a reason that will become clear. When I click resume now, it goes away. Great. Problem is we can't get it back. We can resume, but we can't get the menu back. Like, I keep hitting escape because that's just the logical thing, but of course we haven't told the game that escape should bring up the menu. We just know it should. So let's do that next. Let's, in update on canvas behavior, we'll just do if input.get button down, brackets. We'll just write the word menu there. We don't have a menu control yet, but we'll create one. When that happens, I want to hide any current menus. Let's just write the most logical thing right now. Current menu equals main menu, and we'll say current menu set active true. So yeah, whatever. Make the current menu main menu, and then turn main menu on. And we need to set up a key now. So we go to, we want project settings somewhere, and it's here. Edit project settings. Input. There's this, it looks like it's saying axes, but yeah, controls are called axes for some reason. There's a load here, there's a bunch of double ones, it's all a bit of a mess that Unity has created for us. We've already got, fire 1 is left click, fire 2 is right click. We're not going to do fire 3, so I'm just going to replace this one with, write the word menu there. Positive button just means what key, I'm just going to write the word escape in lowercase, and I'm going to delete this one, I don't want mouse 2 to do it. So I think that's everything. It just says there's a control called menu, escape is what triggers it, and that should be all we need. Hopefully. So resume gets rid of the menu, escape brings it up. Now actually if I hit escape again, it doesn't do anything, so let's make it work like a resume button should, which is if current menu not equal to main menu, then I'll actually say whatever other menu we might have up, let's hide it. Hide menu first. Then set the current menu to main menu, and then turn main menu on. And what if it isn't? What if the current menu is already main menu? Then in that case, we just want to hide menu. Yeah, arguably, maybe it makes more sense to do it the other way around. So we say if it is equal to main menu, then all we want to do is hide it. And if it isn't equal to main menu, hide whatever else. Set the current menu to this, and then set it to active. And then I just need one more close bracket down here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, escape. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, escape. Oh, no, it doesn't work. I know it doesn't work. So when I put escape once, it dismissed it, but then I couldn't bring it back with escape. That's because we only bring it back if current menu is not equal to main menu, but actually hide menu currently, it sets the current menu to inactive, but we should also say current menu equals null. Null, I'm sure we've...
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
It's come up before, but it just means nothing. Set it to nothing. It's like setting a number to 0. Is it? Maybe not. Let's not get into that.
Yeah. Well, it sucks anyway, Beer. My family went through that with my grandma on my mom's side. I wasn't here for it, though. In fact, they didn't tell me about it until after the fact because they didn't want to disturb me. Which I have to say felt weird. Uh-oh. Null reference exception, object reference.
That should fix it. Nope, didn't fix it. What is the reference we don't have? Current menu. Oh, okay. I tried to... Yeah, okay, so what happened there was the current menu was not equal to main menu, it was equal to null. But the first thing we do in that eventuality is hide menu, and then we try and set the current menu to false. We try to deactivate it. But of course, it might not even be a thing, we might not have one. So if it doesn't equal null, then we should make it false. And either way, we should then make it null. Yeah, escape now toggles menu. That was more work than you think, but it works now. And on the left, you'll see the whole hierarchy going faded out and faded in. And on the right, you'll see the current menu being set.
Cool.
Going back and forth between nothing and menu. And so that whole concept of like having a current menu is going to be useful now because now we want to do credits. Maybe as a starter, I will just duplicate the whole main menu. It's kind of crazy, but and call this one credits. And I only really want 2 buttons here. I will delete, doesn't really matter which, I'm just going to keep 2 of them. One of them I want to be the actual credits, and so I'll type in, I'll just copy and paste it right now actually. Here's our credits. Nope, I deleted all the credits. Okay, I'm going to paste it in here, and I wish I could do, I'm just going to do a real quick and dirty thing here to get rid of the tabs, the indentation. It also gave us a free new line as a bonus, for no reason I can see. Why can't I'm just trying to put some text in a box, man. Why are you giving me grief about this? Why can't I see my own cursor? All right, anyway. This is all a confusing mess on screen, isn't it? Because our main menu is up too, so I'm going to disable that. And then our credits menu, it's spilling all over the place. Let us, first of all, rename this. Credits text. Without the extra X. And then I'm just going to make it bigger until it's comfortable. I'll make it wider too. This is a text box, it's not like a button. And in fact, speaking of which, it's not like a button, so let's remove the button component. This is, in fact, I'm going to right-click this. I started with the button prefab because it had the image and it had the text, and that's just easier. But it isn't a button. It's not. We don't want this to be an instance of the button prefab. If we change it to how our buttons look or how they behave, we don't want the credits text to change. So I'm going to right-click on it and say unpack prefab completely. Unpack just means don't be a prefab anymore. It's nothing to do with prefab. Just make it its own thing. It's a unique object now. And you can see it. It's no longer blue. And this resume button obviously is going to be a back button, but we haven't done that yet.
I'm just watching him through on this
now that
before I do anything.
Remove this button component. It's not a button. The text, I think it's gone rather large, hasn't it? Let's set a max size for this. So it's auto size is good. If we make this thing tiny or something, we might want to do that. But I'll just set a max size for the text here. There's all these auto size options here. You can't really read the text of those. They overlap a lot. But yeah, I said it's like 26. And I guess let's credit ourselves. We're also involved in this. It wasn't just the free sound people. I don't know why it's not letting me see my cursor there. That's very annoying. Sounds from freesound.org. And most things, I'll write my name. You should write your name. And that's our whole credits. Last thing we need to do is this resume button. It's not really a resume button, is it? It's a back button.
All right.
Right back.
Let's do credits. Unpack completely. Okay. Okay. What is this actually looking like on mine? There we are. Yeah, the silence is deafening. I feel like having my music on at the same time, though, is just going to be too much audio noise.
And I'll delete it for no reason. Rename resume to back. And then we don't actually want it to, right now I'll dismiss the whole menu. I don't want it to do that. I want it to switch menus. We don't have any code for that yet though. So I think back in our canvas behavior, we set up the slot for main menu. I'm going to create a new one for credits menu.
Okay.
And then we need a method to switch between these. We need a function that switches between these. So just like we have hide menu, I think we'll do one like that that's public void show menu. And we'll want it to give us a game object of menu to show. And what should that do? I think first it should hide any menus we do have. Then it should If the menu to show that we've been passed is not null, learned a lesson about that. Menu to show dot set active true. It's probably apparent by this point, but set active is that enabled or disabled thing. It's a little bit weird because that checkbox, like if I check or uncheck a component, like that image on the canvas, no, not true. It's probably apparent by this point, but set active is that enabled or disabled thing. It's a little bit weird because that checkbox, like if I check or uncheck a component, like that image on the canvas, no, not the canvas, sorry, the main menu. If I uncheck or check that, that's called enabling and disabling, and that's a very important word that has meaning in lots of different places. If I uncheck or check a whole game object, that's setting it active and setting it not active. That's not called enabling and disabling. When you do that, it enables and disables the components? No, let's not make any claims about that. Get into semantic problems there. But yeah, it's two different things. It's two different methods when you're doing that in code. So our canvas, we've now got a slot for credits menu. Let's drag our credits menu in there. And because our credits menu is a parent of all this stuff,
Okay. Just need to make sense of that real quick. Oh no. There we go. And then our back button. I have a feeling I know what we're going to do, which is canvas behavior. Show menu, main menu for the back button. Right? Right, Tom? Has the student become the master? Nope. In fact, I can't even hide the credits. We're missing some stuff.
if I set it not active, it goes away. And so switching between menus is going to be a matter of turning one of these things off and turning another thing on. And so our back button, let's have it. Right now it's canvas behavior.hide menu. We don't want that quite. We
It's
want
a sort of
show menu.
stealth
And
shooter,
remember, this is a method
top-down arcade stealth shooter.
Passing into it. And rather pleasingly, this little interface has a way of doing that. So we can drag in what thing we want to show. And I want to show main menu. So that's how we'll get back from this button. And that also is how we'll get to it in the first place. If I set unactive the credits menu, it's awkward to say, and then go find our credits button. Again, I'm going to rename it while I'm here. Credits. What do we want the credits?
I didn't set that up, so let's go ahead and do that. Credits. Let's see if that even works. It does. But the back button doesn't work.
This button to do, we want it to
Does his.
do something to the canvas. In particular, within the canvas behavior, go to show menu. What menu do we want to show? We want to show the credits menu.
Oh, did he? Oh. Yeah. This doesn't need to be here. I don't think, though, that had any... I think, obviously, it's good to have that gone. That's why it was highlighting when I was mousing over it as well, I think.
I guess it's getting a little bit confusing here. We've got like 3 different things with credits in the title. I'll drag this over here. So I will rename this now. This is the credits menu, isn't it? And this is a credits button, so I'll call it that. So it's credits button, credits menu, and credits text, and those are different things. I think that all should work now. unless I forgot something. So if I click credits, we get credits. And if I click back, doesn't work. What does it do?
It goes.
It's enabled the main
Yeah.
menu, but it hasn't disabled the credits menu. I think that's because when we show menu, although we set it to active, we actually don't change what current menu is. Current menu should be menu to show.
Ah.
And I'm saying we'll do that even if menu shows null, because we might want to pass in null for that sometimes. Maybe. Anyway, either way, whatever we've been given, that's what current menu is now. So that ought to fix that.
No, it does work. Wow, this works nice.
Go to credits and click back. Yay, go to credits, click back. Click resume. Awesome. Click new game. Also works. Credits. Quit. Does nothing, but it shouldn't. And so that is it. Our menu is done. It doesn't pause the game at the moment, actually. That would be kind of nice. But should I try and do that just real quick? This will be really quick and dirty, but what if anytime... Oh, hey, actually, no, there's something we should definitely do, which is this thing right here. This is old code, isn't it? We were manually showing that menu. Now we have a function for that. Show menu.
Yeah, stupid old code. Dumb old shitty code. Yeah, right here. Show menu, main menu.
Main menu. And show menu actually already hides whatever menu exists, so we don't need that line of code either. So now it's really nice and clean. And, you know, makes perfect logical sense.
Tight.
But I'm going to say that every time we show a menu that isn't null, let's do time.timescale. I'm really interested if this is going to work. It might totally fail. If it fails, we'll forget this whole thing. I didn't practice this part. So if we're showing a menu that isn't null, we'll set timescale to 0. So time is paused. And when we hide a menu, we're going to set it to 1. Now, you might notice that show menu actually already runs this. So show menu is going to set the timescale to 1, then it's going to set it back to 0. That's
Oh, did he move this outside? When did he move that outside of that? Or was it always outside of that? Am I crazy? That's not... I feel like this isn't right, because there's some recursion here in terms of, like, when you show a menu, you call hide menu, it's going to start time, and then it's going to show a menu, and then it's going to stop time. I mean, it's all going to happen very fast, but that feels... You know, he did say quick and dirty. Oh, well.
fine. I don't think that'll cause any problems. But if we run hide menu and nothing else, then we'll set timescale back to 1. So pausing is setting timescale to 0.
Okay. Tom, you are the boss of me. Okay, well, I mean, time is not... Okay, now it's... But the character's still moving. I mean... I guess I'm not under attack or anything, which is good. Let's see what happens if... I guess it's fine. Really, it's not hurting anything. Oh, I do shoot my gun, which is fun. Why did I shoot my gun? One time, but never again. How weird. Huh. Curious. He's setting the timescale to 0. And then when we close the menu, it sets it back to 1. He said it himself, quick and dirty. It seems to have a couple side effects, but they're not too bad.
I'm optimistic this will work. Let's get ourselves into a action situation. Stuff all around. When I hit escape, pauses. Okay. I went to credits and I fired a gun. That's probably going to happen. And then when I resume, it resumes. Hey, that's cool. Bonus feature. All right, now the menu really is done. That thing of like it fires your gun. Oh, and of course, to turn around while I'm in the menus. That's something we can look into later. But that's definitely menu basics done.
Yeah.
Right,
That
this
was the
time
end of
what
that
I'm
tutorial.
going to do is let our enemies have pathfinding. They will figure out how to get to us.
Ooh,
So this is
pathfinding
mainly
and
for the guards, so
controls,
that they can
baby.
patrol to different places.
Let's go.
Because trying to program that from scratch would be difficult. Unity has a built-in way for like things to navigate around, and that's what we're going to use today. But I'm also going to use it for, if you remember our basic enemies, they kind of just go directly towards us, and they kind of like bump into stuff. If I fire a weapon, oh, I should remember to check my volume levels on that. If I go over here, for example, they don't try and get around that block, they just go straight towards me. And so that's not a great system. Let's check. Oh, yeah, desktop audio is minuscule. That's good. So I think we're actually going to, since I want pathfinding on them too,
This is
we
exciting.
will make it global to the whole enemy script. You know, we have this.
Yo, Clark, I bet we could do that right now. Because it is a time scale, right? So I'll bet if we do something like that, that's probably as simple as it needs to be. So like, yeah, yeah, dude. Watch this. See, the game is technically still playing. Um, I could do like super slow-mo. Let's see what that's like. Okay, so I'm gonna shoot one of these guys and then yeah, you see, you could totally do a weapon wheel effect. Set the time scale while you're in the weapon wheel. Now the player character is not affected by this right now. But if it was included in this would be very cool. Technically, the shooting seems to be affected by it, and it's just significantly slower between shots. And then it resumes time. So if I go over here and do this. Look at, you can see the frames though. This is probably not the best. There must be some way of doing it that you can do it smoothly. So I've probably done it in a janky way. The particles are indeed smooth. So it's something down to the way bullet movement is calculated or something. But that's cool, isn't it? This is so cool. Oh, I love it. I think I'm just gonna keep mine like this for now. I don't think it's hurting anything. It's only affected by the menus. Uh so it's still running, yeah. It's running full speed. So this is to do with the loop, the game loop. Its internal clock. The render loop is unaffected. Anyway,
Our guards are a special case of enemies, and enemies in general all have this kind of chase behavior that they can all use. And so our pathfinding is going to be part of that, I think. So actually, the first thing I want to do is I just noticed that our menu is up when the game starts, but the game isn't paused. We could either make the game be paused when it starts, or I prefer just not have the menu and just have it go straight into the game. I never really see a reason to show that. So let's just check. Escape pauses, move to the menu. That's good. So
okay.
Let's do it on the basic enemies first. So the basic enemies are, this is the prefab, little capsule thingy.
So to make sure mine behaves the way his does. Cool. I had to hit escape a couple times. It's weird. It doesn't register the first time I hit it. always the second time. Why? Why is that? I mean, it seems fine now. This current menu set to the menu. It should be. That would be the problem, though. Okay, so the way it's set up: first scene, sample scene, main menu, credits menu, credits, current menu, nothing. It sets it to main menu because that's in the code. I'm in here. I'm going to hit escape. It nulled it out. It nulled it out when I hit escape. If I hit escape again, then it brings up the main menu. And that's because we do this on awake. I don't think that's necessary. Did he make that change that I just made? Let's fire it up. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that must have been what he just did, and I missed it.
So let's just check. Just notice that our menu is up when the game starts, but the game isn't paused. We could either make the game be paused when it starts, or I prefer just not have the menu and just have it go straight into the game. I never really see a reason to show that. So let's just check. Escape pauses, brings up the menu. That's good. So let's.
I don't think he actually fixed it.
So the basic enemies are. This is the.
I think he just kept hitting escape until it appeared. So I don't know. I guess we've fixed it for hours. Yay! Go team.
Prefab, little capsule thingy.
Yes.
And what are we going to do? We're going to make them. Actually, even before we do this, let's. So the way navigation works and pathfinding works in Unity is you need two things. You need a nav mesh, which is a fancy name for like just a map of where the AI is allowed to walk and not allowed to walk. And so we need to tell the game which bits are supposed to be walkable on and which bits are not. Which walls does it have to care about? Like, should the enemies? We do want them to path around these blocks here. We don't really want them to path around the weapons. We don't really want them to path around that little pipe thing. Maybe not. I don't know. But either way, we specify that. And so to deal with all of that, we actually need to use a navigation. Just like we have these tabs for Inspector and Game and all this stuff, there's loads of these tabs that you can have that we don't currently. So if we go to Window, AI, and Navigation, it'll probably pop up as a separate window for you, like this. No, not like that. Like this free floating thing. I like to just kind of slot it in here next to Inspector. You can kind of drag it next to that tab, and then it'll just be a tab that we can switch to. We're not going to use it. We're not going to have to keep coming back here very often. But our first job is to tell it which things are solid. So we are going to select everything that I consider level geometry. In fact, let's actually make a empty game object. I use empty game objects like folders. I will just organize what's in the hierarchy. So if I say level geometry, is that a term that does?
Okay.
That makes sense to you? That's geometry is just sort of a common name for like the basic building blocks of level, the solid stuff. Actually, it's not always solid stuff, but in our case it is. So I'm just going to control select everything that is a wall or a floor or anything solid like that where we care about collision, and I'm going to drag it all to under level geometry. It doesn't change any of its positions or anything. I really should have. Oh damn it! I'm actually going to undo that. Sorry, because this doesn't really matter, but I hate it when creating an empty game object is completely arbitrary coordinates. I want it 0, 0, 0. Like I say, it doesn't actually. This won't have any practical benefit. It gets confusing. You'll be looking at the coordinates of these items later and think, why is it minus 17.614 just to get it aligned? So I think that's all of the stuff. Oh god damn, I missed. Accuracy is an important skill in game development. All right, so that's just for our own purposes. You don't have to do that, but it's just I find it helpful to keep everything in the same place. And you can drag these to be in order. And now in the navigation tab, there's this object sub-tab here. And if I select everything we want to be solid, and then under the object tab, there's just a little checkbox for navigation static. So that's us telling the game, this is not going to move around. You can assume this is always going to be here. And the nav mesh will be generated based on on those things being always there.
Okay.
And then the next thing we do is go to bake. And so I'll try to explain a bit what's going on here. Like a what you don't want really is for everything
Wait
in
a
your game
second.
world being always there. And then the next thing we do is go to bake.
It's
And so I'll
walkable.
try to explain a bit
Alright.
what's going on here. Like a what you don't want really is for everything in your game world to always have to check every pixel ahead of itself to see if the route is clear, and then if you tell it to go a really far distance away, to have to check every pixel of the game world. I mean, I'm saying pixel, it's not really a meaningful concept in this context, but to have incredibly fine-grained examination of everything, every little bit of space, to do all these collision checks to find out where it's going. Because really, most of the questions that the AI is asking in that scenario, or the programming that the game's code is asking, the answers are going to be the same every time, and that's what baking a nav mesh is. It's saying all this stuff is set in stone. Anytime you need to know how to get from A to B, if we're talking about A and B, if this is A and this is B, every time anyone wants to get between those 2 points, the answer is always the same. It's always just going in a straight line. Anytime anyone wants to get from, let's say, did I just drag it into the floor? Anytime anyone wants to get from here to there, the answer is still the same. It's more complicated. You've got to go in this corner, but it's always the same. It doesn't matter who's asking, doesn't matter when they're asking, it's always the same. And so because all that knowledge, all those tests and answers to those questions are going to be reused hundreds and hundreds of times, thousands of times, then we want to sort of pre-prepare our answers to that. And so that's what baking a nav mesh does. Baking is a common term for, like, instead of this being dynamic during gameplay, we are going to set it in stone ahead of time.
Yes,
And that's
yes,
because it will
yes.
take a little moment. It takes almost no time. You wouldn't want to be doing it 60 times a second. And you see all this blue stuff. All this blue stuff is places it thinks that we could potentially walk. Now, it's highlighted the top of all these walls and stuff. We're not going to use those. We're not going to walk on those. But I don't care that it's highlighted them because we won't be stumbling into them. There's some variables here about, like, if you really want to do like a fully 3D game with platforming and stuff, then can an AI get up a staircase? You would need to set things like these jump distance, step height. That's it. That determines how big of a distance the AI can sort of jump up and still carry on a path without any special logic for them actually having to, like, launch into the air or whatever. We're not going to bother with any of that because our game is effectively 2D. If we really want to do, we could try and find a way to make it not count these. I think there's a way to tag those as unwalkable, but we don't do that because it's not really a problem. So that's the nav mesh already done. If we change our level, we'll want to rebake that. And navigation view, we'll keep it there because we want to be able to switch to it any time. If we see weird pathfinding stuff, the first thing we'll do is click on navigation and see where does it think the blue areas are. And the next thing is we will open our enemy and go to inspector, and we're going to add a component.
Right.
And the current one is a nav mesh agent. A nav mesh agent is anyone who is going to be doing pathfinding. So an active thing, these things are going to move around, and they are going to look at and care about the nav mesh. Isn't it wild that the base offset is 0.999 and the radius is 0.5001? I don't know why Unity has such trouble just giving... I just created this, I didn't do anything to it. It just comes with these bizarre, slightly off values. I'm not going to change it because I don't really...
Mine's fine, Tom.
That's what you want to hear from the guy doing the tutorial.
Mine's fine.
So, the cool thing about this is, let's get into our enemy behavior script, which is somewhere around here. And we'll edit the chase player script, method, sorry. We have a little method for chase player that both the sort of drone-y type enemies and the guard type enemies both use. And here it is. So what we currently do is find the player's position and then find a vector to them and all this stuff and calculate what our velocity should be and make sure that we're going to the same height and everything. The nav mesh is actually going to make this way simpler for us. So the first thing actually we want to do is we need a reference to our go away please, public nav mesh agent, and as is often the case, it's not going to know what the hell we're talking about, but if I hit Alt and Enter, did it have it there? Unity Engine AI nav mesh agent, that's the one I want. Nope, no, sorry, that wasn't the right thing to choose. I wanted to import, oh yeah, right at the top, using Unity Engine.ai. So again, this is called a namespace, and it's in a different namespace. Basically, you are often not working with AI, and so it doesn't include this stuff by default, and you need to add that using line at the top. And I'm going to call it nav agent. And then on start, just like we do with our rigid body, we'll say nav agent equals get component nav mesh agent. And then back to chase player. If the player exists, then let's just do, for now, nav agent destination equals just this. So that's the player's position. And then I'm going to do this special way of making a comment where you start with an asterisk and slash asterisk and end with asterisk slash. Hard to say. Just to remove all that code. All that stuff was when we were manually controlling our velocity. Now the nav mesh agent is going to do it all for us, and it's just one line of code. Let's see if that is sufficient. Is it really that simple? Seems too simple. I'm suspicious of myself. We would expect this to affect the drones that swarm in when we fire a gun, and the guards, but only when they're alerted. They won't do anything just yet, but once they... So out they spit, and if I give them a slightly harder challenge to get to me, look at that, they're taking the corridors. They know exactly where to go. And it's crashed.
Wow.
That's interesting. The guards don't have it yet. Yeah, that makes sense. So we gave a nav mesh agent to the little guys, but we didn't give it to the guards.
These are difficult now? These are actually hard to deal with.
He tried to run his chase behavior, and his chase behavior made reference to a nav mesh agent. He doesn't have one. So don't edit the instances here. But actually, if you click on one, it will give you a button to open the prefab. We want to do that. And we'll add component and give them a nav mesh agent too. And we haven't changed anything on them yet. Let me just check. The guard's speed is 0. Is that intentional? Did we do that for a reason? Is that because we wanted them not to chase you for now? It doesn't matter right now, I'm just curious. Okay, so let's just check that fixed the crash. I'll intentionally get myself seen. Oh, they do follow you. Let me just pause now and see, what does it think the guard's speed is now? Like that particular guard. That particular guard speed is 0. Is that kind of weird to you? Oh, no, okay, so, right, this is... I don't know why we set it to 0. It probably was we wanted them to be reached to the
There's
spot.
so much knockback.
But that is getting ignored now because they're using nav mesh agents to chase us. One thing we could do is we could actually have a line in there and say that...
Why won't they die?
Nav
They're in the air.
.speed equals speed.
They're too high.
If we prefer, we could just set the speed in the inspector now, because we have this nav mesh agent thing. Since we already have a variable for speed, I'm just going to have one copy of the other. But yeah, that gets
Also, they're very dumb.
So
Why are they...
So the guards don't chase us anymore?
I'm dead.
Yeah. And actually, they don't face us either, but that's okay. So guards are going to chase us. That we will fix that. I think the only reason they didn't is because maybe for testing reasons. Anyway, so that was pretty good. That was pretty easy to get working. I think there's a little bit of a flaw with it because I see some slightly strange behavior. If I fire, these guys don't chase me. Like those two guys are way faster than the others. They got kind of pushed a bit by the others, and if I bump into folks, we see some slightly strange results. They seem to like drift forever and stuff like that. I think this is because they have a... let me close the canvas here. They have a rigid body, and the rigid body is this physicsy thing that's supposed to govern motion. And what we were doing before is we were manually feeding some velocities and stuff to the rigid body to make it behave the way we wanted it to. Now the nav mesh agent is doing everything, or trying to do everything, but I think the rigid body's interfering with it. So the thing I did in my test was I just removed the rigid body, which is fine, and that fixes it. But if we ever did want the rigid body back, so the scenario I'm thinking of is, for most of the time, if everything is a nav mesh agent, they will very intelligently swarm around and follow paths and navigate like thinking entities, which is great. But if we ever did just want to smash, damn it, I gotta remember to bleep that. If we ever did just want to smash them into a wall, like knock them flying, then we would need to we'd need physics back. And
where am I?
So I'm going to try, rather than removing the rigid body, I'm just going to, right after we get the reference to the rigid body, we will say, oh wait, no, why would I do this here? I don't need to do this here. In the prefab, I'm going to check this box that says, is kinematic. Kinematic basically means not physicsy. It's not a word you hear in other contexts very much, but it basically means we're going to control it. Don't worry, rigid body, don't worry about anything. We are going to control all the motion. You don't need to simulate anything. And I think of it as a way of basically turning the rigid body off. That isn't quite true because I think collision is still a thing, but that's basically what we're talking about. So did I do that on the regular enemy or this enemy? Okay, this is the guard.
I need to catch back up with Tom.
In other contexts, do so. In the prefab, I'm going to check this. So smash that. Now the nav mesh agent is pretty good. I'm just going to have one copy of the other. So I'll intentionally get myself seen. Oh, they do follow you. Let me just pause now and see, what does it think the guard's speed is now? Like that particular guard. That particular guard speed is 0. Is that kind of weird to you? Oh, no, okay, so, right, this is... I don't know why we set it to 0. It probably was we wanted them to be routed to the spot. But that is getting ignored now because they're using nav mesh agents to chase us. One thing we could do is we could actually have a line in there and say that nav agent.speed equals speed. So if we prefer, we could just set the speed in the inspector now, because we have this nav mesh agent thing. Since we already have a variable for speed, I'm just going to have one copy of the other. but yeah, if that gets cumbersome, we can change it. So that should make it so the guards don't chase us anymore. Yeah, and actually they don't face us either, but that's okay. So guards are going to chase us. That we will fix that. I think the only reason they didn't is because maybe.
Oh, the slow-mo is helpful, actually. Okay, so they're not up in the air. I don't actually know why those shots miss them. Doesn't make sense. Oh well, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe Tom will run into a similar issue or something.
For testing reasons. Anyway, so that was pretty good. That was pretty
They might be
easy to get
slightly
working.
too short.
I think there's a little bit of a flaw with it because I see some slightly strange behavior. If I fire, and these guys will chase me. Like those two guys are way faster than the others. They got kind of pushed a bit by the others, and if I bump into folks, we see some slightly strange results. They seem to like drift forever and stuff like that.
Yes.
I think this is because they have a. Let me close the canvas here. Let's look at enemy. They have a rigid body, and the rigid body is this physicsy thing that's supposed to govern motion. And what we were doing before is we were manually feeding some velocities and stuff to the rigid body to make it behave the way we wanted it to. Now the nav match agent is doing everything, or trying to do everything, but I think the rigid body is interfering with it. So the thing I did in my test was I just removed the rigid body, which is fine, and that fixes it. But if we ever did want the rigid body back, so the scenario I'm thinking of is, for most of the time, if everything is a nav mesh agent, they will very intelligently swarm around and follow paths and navigate like thinking entities, which is great. But if we ever did just want to smash, damn it, I gotta remember to beat that. If we ever did just want to smash them into a wall, like knock them flying, then we would need to we'd need physics back. And so I'm going to try, rather than removing the rigid body, I'm just going to, right after we get the reference to rigid body, we will say, oh wait, no, why would I do this here? I don't need to do this here. In the prefab, I'm going to check this box that says, is kinematic. Kinematic basically means not physicsy. It's not a word you hear in other contexts very much, but it basically means we're going to control it. Don't worry, rigid body, don't worry about anything. We are going to control all the motion. You don't need to simulate anything. And I think of it as a way of basically turning the rigid body off. That isn't quite true because I think collision is still a thing, but that's basically what we're talking about. So did I do that on the regular enemy or this enemy? Okay, this is the guard, and we're going to check his kinetic there. So it should be checked on both of them now. Yep, let me see if that fixes it by itself. So the reason that's better than just removing the rigid body is that if we did want physics, then we would be able to just... Yeah, so now we're not seeing that weird thing where two of them went ahead. And it's funny, isn't it? We're going this sort of like, I think of that as like a braided pattern. It's sort of... oh, look at the way they flow, it's really cool. Because Unity is doing a lot of work for us here. Like, I've coded things like this myself, and with nothing like this level of sophistication, and it took ages. And Unity's done it all in, like, we wrote one line of code basically to do all of that. And so it's doing stuff like, let me just get out of this enemy. They are sort of respecting each other's distance a bit. Like, they're not desperately bumping into each other and bouncing off each other all the time. They're sort of trying to keep a respectable distance while also hopefully getting towards their goal and also smoothly going around corners. And there's all kinds of stuff going on under the hood there that we didn't have to write, and it just works, which is lovely. That's the great joy of using an engine that's, a fully built tool set that's gone through a lot of development and that you didn't build yourself. There are advantages to building your own stuff, but I'm never going to do it. It's way too technical for me, and I think it's way more work than it's worth. So yeah, I think our behaviour is way nicer. And yeah, guards, don't follow us right now. I think I'm still sort of umming and ahhing about whether it makes sense to have our own speed variable when there's one on the nav measure. I think it does. I think we're going to still have our own speed value because this whole panel is kind of configuring the enemy, and let's leave that in the same place. Let's just have a nice central place where we configure the enemy stats. And I am just going to give them a bit of speed, just so that they do chase races. Very slowly. It's kind of cool. So they are omniscient. They don't have to see us to know where we are. As our location changes, their path changes. We could fix that if we wanted to, but it's probably above our pay grade at the moment. So that is chasing behavior is done basically. But the other thing we wanted is for guards to patrol. And so to do that, I don't want to teach them to like read their. So that is just so that they. We're going to still have our own speed value because this whole panel is kind of configuring the enemy, and let's leave all that in the same place. Let's just have a nice central place where we configure the enemy stats. And I am just going to give them a bit of speed, just so that they do chase when they see us. Very slowly. It's kind of cool. So they are omniscient. They don't have to see us to know where we are. As our location changes, their path changes.
Making my guards move. Oh, weird. When I click new game, I don't think this is. He hasn't clicked new game since he added this, but it doesn't. It doesn't set the time scale back. So I'm a slow mo boy. In his case, just nothing will happen. It'll just be frozen when he clicks new game. It's kind of cool in a way. I've got slow mo mode now. Permanently. I can do what I want. We just set it. It's set. It's not a multiplier. So it's not going to compound. I'm a task now.
We could fix that if we wanted to, but it's probably above our pay grade at the moment. So that is chasing behavior is done basically. But the other thing we wanted is for guards to patrol. And so to do that, I don't want to teach them to like read their environment and intelligently come up with optimal patrol points. Writing that kind of AI is again above our pay grade. And it's also sometimes it's a losing battle. Like you have all that sophistication and complexity, and the end result of it is that you can't control the AI in the way you want to, and so you can't create the experience you want to give the player. It's often better, much easier, and actually better in the long run to just sort of hand build things and do it in a find an intelligent midpoint between completely prescripted and the game unfolds the same way every time, and completely dynamic and adaptive in a way that becomes chaotic and very difficult to control, and actually really doesn't often lead to good gameplay in my opinion. You more often get that somewhere in the middle ground where there's lots of dynamic elements, but the designer has had some control over what can and can't happen. And in this case, I'm going to create a new game object, and it's going to be a sphere. And we've got a scene view. I'm going to change its y coordinate to 0 to get it on the ground, then drag it around, and this is just going to be like a patrol point, something that the guards are going to.
Okay.
Visit every now and then. I'm going to remove this collider. It's got a collider on it. I don't want to bump into this. It's actually going to be invisible eventually. Right now, for now, we want to see it because it's useful to see it. I'm going to add a component, a new script, and I'm going to call it nav point. And basically, all this script is going to do is just sort of put us on a list. You know that we have this references class. If I hit Control T and type the word references, then I can jump to it. And I'm going to create a public static list of nav points. And I'm going to call it nav points.
Good deal.
And I don't know if you remember this, but when we're dealing with lists, this is not enough. We've defined a variable here, but we haven't created the list. The list is like a bit of paper that you're going to write stuff on. You have to create a bit of paper when you create it. So we say equals new list of nav points. Brackets, semicolon. So this starts a list. We haven't added anything to it yet. And then all nav point itself is going to do is on start, it's going to go to nav points.add this. So I think we've used this before. The word this just means this script. And it doesn't mean our game object. It doesn't mean our transform or our position. It means the nav point, this particular thing. Basically, this refers to this. And that will work. But I'm actually going to show you, because it's such a common thing, I think it's worth knowing that the way I add and remove things to lists are super useful to keep track of things. If we don't already, then we'll probably end up having a list of enemies here, like a list of every enemy in the game, a list of every enemy spawner. We'll definitely make a list of those. When you do that, if you just add to it on start and nothing else, if this thing ever gets destroyed, then you'll have a invalid reference in the list. There'll be a crash at some point because of that. So we can remove ourselves from the list on destroy. There's an event called on destroy, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to change this one instead of start. I'm going to change it to on enable. And then the next one I'm going to do is I'm just going to write on disable, and it auto-completes. And then I'm going to copy and paste this. And instead of add, I'm just going to write remove. So this says on enable will run on start as well. When we start, on enable will run a bit before that. And on disable will run when we're destroyed as well. Both those things happen as in both the creation and the destruction process. But also, if I just reach in and if I just uncheck this box at runtime, that would take us off the list as well. And so that is good because it covers all bases. Every way that the thing can get destroyed, on disable will always be run. Every way it can get created, on enable will always run. And it also has this additional functionality of while you're running the game, you can uncheck things and recheck them to toggle them on and off and see how the game reacts to that. And that's really useful. And it's just in general true that on enable will run on start as well. When we start, on enable will run a bit before that. And on disable will run when we're destroyed as well. Both those things happen as in both the creation and the destruction process. But also, if I just reach in and if I just uncheck this box at runtime, that would take us off the list as well. And so that is good because it covers all bases. Every way that the thing can get destroyed, on disable will always be run. Every way it can get created, on enable will always run. And it also has this additional functionality of while you're running the game, you can uncheck things and recheck them to toggle them on and off and see how the game reacts to that.
Oh, did you do on disable?
And that's really useful. And it's just in general true that everything else about Unity, when something is disabled, it acts as if it doesn't exist. And so your script should try and match that as best you can so that you have behavior that kind of matches the way Unity expects it to work. So yeah, on disable and on enable, I'm just going to write the word private here. You don't need to do this, but it just matches. If you don't write anything, it assumes it's private, but I just want those to look nicer. So we have a list, and these things are going to add themselves to it. Next thing we want to do is let's find the guard behavior, Control-T, guard behavior. And let's, just to test that this is working, let's have them tell their nav agent that its destination should be references, slightly misspelled that, references dot nav points, and then let's just go to the 0 element of that. The 0 element of that and get its position, because we need to give it a position, not just a nav point. So this is not what the behavior will want, obviously. This is going to tell every guard to go to the first nav point as soon as the game starts, but we shall see if it works. And then we can make that more sophisticated from there once we know it's working. So I'm going to name this thing nav point, and before we go any further, I'm going to drag it into our project folder to make it a prefab. And now I can duplicate it, and so we'll have more than one of them. There's two, I don't know which one will end up being the first one according to the game. So let's see. Yeah, they're all going to that one in the corner. It's quite
so cool. It's so cool and so simple to get something that seems so complex. There they all go. There they all stay. Neat.
satisfying to do this. I wonder what happens when he gets there. He turns around. Is he going to spin forever? Yeah. Well, that's probably just their natural spinning behavior, isn't it? That's what we already asked him to do. So that's kind of nice. That works pretty smoothly. It was a trap. Okay, so now let's make a bunch of these. I will click it again, duplicate it again, duplicate, duplicate, and that first one, I'll duplicate that, and just put it in all the corners. They don't have
Okay.
to strictly be just the corners, but that kind of makes sense in terms of what I want the guards to do is go to a random one. So they're going to, when a guard arrives here, they're going to pick another random one. It could be the next one over, it could be one all the way over here, and then they'll figure out a path to get there. And that way you'll have this sort of random searching behavior of the guards. So it's sort of like, if these are points of interest, like they're on their roster of things they've got to check every night, each time they get to one of them, they just randomly decide, I'm going to go check out the other one, I wonder if anyone's there. And so what would that behavior look like? So we don't always want to path to the same nav point, do we? This 0 is not a good idea. What we want is an integer, a whole number, for a random nav point index. And how should we get that? Well, we want it to be a random number in between 0 and the maximum number of nav points that there are. And so it will be a random range, random.range. In brackets we'll say 0 for the lower limit, and then for the upper limit we'll say references.navpoints.count. Count is, if the list has 2 elements in it, count is 2. The indexes of those elements will be 0 and 1. There won't be an element with the number 2. But we're okay here because of a weird little thing, and I'm going to write it in a comment because it's weird. And it's just one of those little gotchas that can trip you up. When we give random.range,
it doesn't use the top
numbers,
one. It uses, I think,
they can go all the way up to the max. But when we give it integers,
oh no, I'm right.
it will never choose the max. So it will never choose count, because I just told you that when there's 2 elements, there is no element 2, so it mustn't ever choose 2. So we're feeding it in 2, but we don't want 2 back, ever. And you can verify this when you mouse over range. It will tell you, return a random integer number between minimum, inclusive, it can be 0, and maximum, exclusive, it can't be the maximum. So that's why we don't need to subtract 1 from this. I think an intelligent question when I wrote that line would be, why don't you subtract 1 from that? Because you're not allowed to use the top value. And the answer is because when you pass in an integer, for some reason it doesn't use the max value. I think actually the reason that's the case is purely for this case. This is a very common thing, is you want to find a random element of a list, and the count value of a list is not in the list itself. It's one above the thing. And so for convenience, they made it work this way. If it was me, I would have made it consistent, because I think that's more important, but here we are. So now we want not 0, but a random one. So this is still only on startup. It's not going to happen regularly, but let's just check that works, and that guards hopefully go to different nav points. See if we can guess which one.
Mine didn't.
So this guy, I think, is going to this corner. That one's already arrived. I think this one's going to the same corner as this guy. I made them too slow. This is going to be good patrol speed. Yeah, he's going to arrive there. So 2 of them did pick the same one. We've got 8 options. That's not too surprising. We actually, because we have an in-game menu, I can just start again and see what should
This one didn't you choose one?
Oh, we got a problem with our pausing code.
Yeah, he found it.
We made a random game. It's a roguelike, basically. So that's cool. But now let's not just do it startup. Let's make it a method.
It's sitting on
so
one.
Say void, go to random nav point. Then we can just copy and paste all of this.
It is working though. They're going. They're doing their thing. They will chase me, which is nice. So the chase still works. It's good. Cool. Nice, nerd girl. Enjoy your new apartment.
Into there. And we will.
Yeah, this is awesome that this is such a, like, it makes total sense doing it this way. And you could actually make fairly complex-ish behavior doing it this way. Okay.
we'll do it on startup. That'll be the first thing the guard does, is go to a random nav point. And then the other time you want to do it is, remember, this is not the code that moves us. We're not running this code all the time that we're traveling. We're just running it when we need to choose a new destination, basically. I could have called it that, actually. And so, to check, so when we're alerted, we're going to chase the player, and that's its own nav thing. So we don't want to do this when we're chasing the player, but when we're not chasing the player, what we want to check is, have we arrived? Like, when we arrive at a nav point, that's when we want to choose a new one. We're going to go to one from the start, and as soon as we arrive at that one, we want to pick a new one, and then every time we ever arrive at a new one, we'll want to pick a new one. And so the code for that is navagent dot remaining distance. If navagent remaining distance is less than, let's say, 0.5, that's half a meter. That's basically we're bumping into it. You can make it smaller than that, but don't make it 0, because it'll never be less than 0. And checking whether it's equal to 0 is also a bit dodgy, because you might miss the frame on which that happens, so it's good to have a little safety margin there. When remaining distance is less than 0.5, then go to random nav point.
Use that.
I think that is it. Let's see if it works. So, he's facing rather weirdly, isn't he? I'm not sure why he's looking that direction. They're going to some random nav points, and now we're turning around and going to other nav points. It's actually created quite a bit of a tight spot for me, hasn't it? I can slip by now. Oh no, I can't. Shit. Okay, the alarm's gone off. Okay, that's our gameplay. That's what it's going to be like. And that kind of worked. And look, this guy's hounding me now. The other ones are still randomly patrolling, which might be something we want to change. But their random search behavior is working pretty well, I think. And it's kind of cool because I didn't, plan for this really.
They just need some sort of alert cooldown.
You can kind of read their intent.
That's all that's missing from that now, right? Like, if they get alerted, I can't click back into the game. Oh yeah, I can. I'm good. If they get alerted and they start chasing you, then they go into alert mode for a period of time, so that you can give them the slip. If you manage to stay out of their view, then they cool off. Yeah, I like that. A yellow light. Yeah, I mean, we're designing Metal Gear Solid over again, right? They really hug the nav boxes when they're like, it's definitely better than what it was, where they're just dumbly pressing themselves against a wall to get to their destination. But they do still kind of try to go for the shortest, quickest path, which is fine. Oh, I better get out of this corner before they trap me. It's cool though. It's very, very cool. I'm amazed that this works this well with so little. It's just smart usage of stuff, really. I'm glad you brought that up, because it's making me think about Metal Gear Solid 1 and the way the guards worked, right? So the guards had set pathing. They weren't random. Which is a good thing in my opinion, right? Like, I think it's better that they had set paths so you could plan what you were going to do. Oh, they run into each other. They didn't try to avoid each other at all. They just smushed into each other until they squished by. Another thing about the guards in Metal Gear Solid 1 is that they always walked, so they would go to like a corner, turn, and then go down a hallway, like right down the middle of the hallway. But again, I think that the intention there was they were trying to create extremely repeatable, predictable scenarios. So you had to learn what the pattern was, and even if you failed, if you died and did it again, you would have that knowledge of like, okay, I know where they're going to go, where they're going to be, and when. I don't know if there was any randomness to it at all. Like, they would sometimes alternate, so like do like this and go around, and then they'd have another one where they go longer, go down that hallway and then back, that sort of thing. I don't know if those were random decisions or if they were literally like that they had just like a long nav path that included going around one way and then going around another way and then starting over. I don't know. They may have done little random ones. But somehow I think it probably was mostly completely determined, like completely pre-scripted. But hey, we've got AI. It's cool. It's super cool. I love it.
Racing. This game still they list a bit to the right, don't they? I'm not quite sure why that is, but yeah, you can sort of guess where they're going from the sort of organic way they path. Like you knew this guy wasn't going up there, right? He was going to partly because he's alerted, and that's not what they do. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. The other thing we should do is just make it invisible, and so we can just uncheck mesh renderer in the prefab here, and then that will look fine. We can't see him anymore. And I was spotted, so everyone flooded in. Yeah, that's good. The only thing I'm worried about is like, what if we can't see it now as the designer? We don't see where our nav points are. So I might just do a little bit of, we might just make that part of the script. So I'll open the prefab again, I'll re-enable the mesh renderer, and then let's just have our script do this for us. So I think this should be on start. Yeah, we only want it to happen once. And we will just do, if I just do get component mesh renderer, brackets, then I just say dot enabled equals false. So find our mesh renderer and turn it off as soon as we start. So if I go back to our scene view, now we can see them all, but when we play, I'm hoping they'll disappear. Yeah, nice. Again, I'll re-enable the mesh renderer, and then let's just have our script do this for us. So I think this should be on start. Yeah, we only want it to happen once, and we will just do, if I just do get component mesh renderer, brackets, then I just say dot enabled equals false. So find our mesh renderer and turn it off as soon as we start. So if I go back to our scene view, now we can see them all, but when we play, I'm hoping they'll disappear. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. I think we're done. Yeah, so we've got the bones of gameplay here, right? I've got to avoid these guys. When they see me, new problems are created for me. And the next things I want to do are have a level that we can complete. So have a limit on how many of these guys are going to show up. Like have probably just one wave of enemies, but it could be more. Oh, look at that cool shadow. That was cool. And then once you can complete a level, the next thing we need to do is figure out how do we make level 2. Are we going to hand build it? Are we going to randomly regenerate it? Or what? And I don't know yet. We'll figure that out when we get to it. And the other thing I was thinking was, so the concept of this game, the sort of design idea behind it was just a fairly idle thought on my part when playing The Last of Us, which was that I'm not engaging with the action gameplay in that game because I enjoy the stealth gameplay, and as soon as that goes wrong, I just reload a save and do it until I get it right. So this game is designed to avoid that problem where if you're going to make an action game and a stealth game, you want everyone to experience both. And so my idea is that the stealth game happens first, but you have to trigger the alarm, basically. And that's how I phrased it. I knew that there would be player resistance to that idea. I know we're not going to have very many players for this game, but even so, as a concept, you want to be wary of anything that kind of rubs players the wrong way. There's some things players are very sensitive about, and the idea the alarms, I must set off the alarm, but I don't want to set off the alarm. So I thought about that. My idea for framing it, and not just framing it, but actually changing the mechanics, is I think the guards are going to be shielded. So they'll be, when the power is on, the guards are invincible. You cannot take them out. And so you're not setting off the alarm. What you're doing is finding the power switch and shutting down the power. And when you do that, all the guard shields come down, you can kill them, but also, as soon as this place loses power, there's a security alert and they send in all these drones. And so that way it frames it as like a player positive thing, like you are doing this as a means to an end. You need to take out these guards. The only way you're going to do it is if you switch off the power. And I think that will make players more accepting of that idea. But yeah, we'll see how that pans out when we get to it.
Cool. Another one down.
This time we are going to do some fairly straightforward stuff. It's not going to be learning any big, difficult new concepts. We just need to implement some of the structure for our game and get it feeling more like a game. So for that.
So what are we doing? Levels and win conditions. Awesome.
I want to let us have multiple spawn points.
My
Those
guards
spawn
are
points are only going to
taking me
spawn a certain
on a
number of
little
enemies and then
journey.
stop. Win detection means I want us to be able to know when the player has won the level. And then level 2. By that I mean let's make them level 2, and when we detect that we've won, move on to level 2. And that's all we'll do on the level progression, because I think, I want to leave the option open for us to do random generation levels. If we do that, we don't need to make a whole load of different scenes for levels, because they'll basically be regenerated on the fly. But it's a good thing to learn anyway, how to progress between scenes and stuff like that. There's some gotchas there that are not intuitive. And yeah, so a lot of this stuff, I think, the first simplest thing we can do is just to fix a little cheaty thing we did with enemy spawner. We said that enemy spawner, we just gave references a single variable for that, and so there can only ever be one, because they would all try and set themselves as that. That's not the system we want. We want a list of all the enemy spawners, because if we're going to have more than one, that'll be necessary. So once this is finished loading, when it goes coloured, I'll know it's loaded. We jump to references by control clicking it, and here where we say enemy spawner, let's call it enemy spawners, I didn't do a proper rename there because I don't actually want references to this to update because we're going to make it a whole new thing. We're going to make it a list, pointy brackets, enemy spawner. And when you make a list, as you'll see below, we have to actually sort of create it. It's kind of like a structure that we've got to create right now before we can put anything into it. And then our enemy spawner itself, rather than just sort of establishing references like this, I'm actually just going to delete that completely because we're not going to do it on awake anymore. Do you remember? It's kind of like a structure that we've got to create right now before we can put anything into it. And then our enemy spawner itself, rather than just sort of establishing references like this, I'm actually just going to delete that completely because we're not going to do it on awake anymore. Do you remember when we last made a list? What did we last make a list of? Nav points. The way we did it was we had on enable and on disable. And on enable, it adds itself to the list, and on disable, it removes itself from the list. And that covers every case, whether it's been created, whether it's been disabled, whether it's been destroyed, all those things will be handled nicely. So we're going to do exactly that. Shall I just copy and paste it? Let's copy and paste those things.
What's wrong here? Ah. Okay, well. Is what it is for the moment.
And then obviously, not nav points, but enemies. Excuse me. Oh, we just got spawners, didn't we? Just spawners. So yeah, the exact same thing, just changing what list we're adding and removing ourselves from. So that means we've got a list now, but we're going to hit a problem right away where when I go back to Unity, it's going to have some errors because we refer to that single spawner. Basically, when a guard sees you, they go and tell the spawner about you. Now we can update that so that this goes through all the list of all the different spawners and activates each one of them. But actually, I don't think that really makes sense. If we're going to have a lot of spawners, we don't really want everything that wants to sound the alarm to have to know about every single spawner and go through and tell them something individually. It would be better to have a sort of global alarm variable. Something that anything on the level can check, has the alarm gone off? And anything on the level can also say, hey, the alarm has gone off. I'm sounding the alarm right now. And I think the thing we should make is a level manager, because we'll also need that for things that are going to be reset at the start of a level. There's a bunch of stuff that might need to happen at the start of a level, but not as opposed to the start of the game. Right now, the start of the game and the start of the level are the same thing. So anything we set, however we set up the whole game, that's how it is at the start of a level. But actually now we're going to have multiple levels. So when we go to the next level, level manager will want to reset a whole bunch of things. Like, has the alarm gone off? So let's create that. So I'm just going to make an empty game object. I'll call it level manager, and I'll add a component to it, new script, and I'll call that. I've written the word enemy for no reason. I'll call that level manager. And then when we create it, it's going to be a really simple one. It's just going to basically, its main job will be to store that alarm reference for now. So I'll double click it, and we'll have first of all, we'll have a public bool alarm sounded. And when we start, we're going to say that's not true, it's false. We also want other things to be able to talk to the level manager. So references should have a reference to it. So public static level manager.
Excuse me. It was weird.
Level manager. And we don't need to do anything here. Instead, what we're going to do is in level manager itself, when we're actually going to do it on awake, can't we? We do all our references stuff on awake, not start, because awake comes before start. And if we do it here, we say references dot level manager equals this. That means that anyone else who wants to refer to us when they start, they can do it. They just got to do it in their start event, because all awake events would happen when all start events happen. That's for anything that already exists in the scene. Obviously, the enemies that get created later, their start events and awake events happen later. But yeah, establishing references in awake is good practice, because then start is allowed to refer to them. If we had some stuff that referred to the level manager in that's awake event, it might work or it might crash. It just depends on the order in which things happen. We don't want that kind of fragility. So level manager, it's got a variable for the alarm being sounded. It's going to tell references who it is when it starts up, so other things can access it. It's at the start of every level, it's going to set the alarm to false. But right now, we still have references to, let's just jump back to Unity and see where it thinks the errors are. So there's one in guard behavior. I'm going to double click that. So instead of references.spawner.activated, they're going to say references.level manager alarm sounded equals true. And that whole line of code will be what we run every time we want to sound the alarm. So I'm going to copy and paste it. And the other one was in weapon behavior, I think. So that's when you fire a weapon, Am I wrong? No. Yeah, here's the error, because we're referring to spawner. I'm just going to copy and paste that level manager alarm sounded equals true. So is that all we need to do? I'll tell you what, something I'm in the habit of doing is when I've, the enemy spawner, we just replaced the activated variable, didn't we? That used to be, is the alarm on or off? And we have our own system for that now. Oh yeah, so in fact, this is a good example. Because this is no longer needed, I delete it right now, because nobody should be referring to this. And if I delete it, Unity's going to tell me if anything's referring to it. And in a second, yeah, we'll see there's a red underline here. Wait, you do refer to it still. So even the enemy spawner itself should be looking at the level manager to know whether the alarm has been sounded or not. And that ought to be it, but if I'm wrong, then Unity will tell me now. Got to wait a while for these errors to kind of clear themselves up. What it's doing then is it's going through all your code you just wrote that you just saved and checking it and seeing if there's anything it knows for sure is wrong. It doesn't catch everything. There's definitely some stuff that when you actually play can crash then that didn't crash before, as we found several times. So I think we're just testing this just to see it should just work as it used to, hopefully. I've been seen, and that should go into it. That's fine, but doesn't go any further than what we already had. So let's test this theory, and we'll duplicate family enemy spawn in the scene. Control D to duplicate it. Let's drag it over here. We could even have one like over here. This one's facing into the wall, so we don't want that. It's going to spawn into the wall. So with this Y rotation here, I'm going to type 180, which just flips it. You can do the rotation tool as well, but since I want it to be exactly 180, I might as well type the number. Let's see if that works. Fire a gun. Yeah, they come out both sides. Cool. So the next thing I think enemy spawners need is that they should have a limit on how many things they can spawn. So if we have
Nice. Oops. I win. I've done it.
enemy spawner, we can do public integer, that's a whole number, and we'll just say enemies to spawn.
We have to make that list of enemies, aren't we?
And we can set that in the inspector. The time that is relevant is when we're trying to spawn something, right? So when the level manager alarm is sounded, we are counting down to the next spawn, and then if the seconds have ticked over, you know what? Why even do any of this counting stuff? Let's put it here. So we not only care whether the level manager alarm is sounded, we also want to check are our enemies to spawn greater than 0? Do we have more than one enemy? Sorry, do we have any enemies to spawn? If we have 0 or less somehow, we don't want to spawn any. And then when we do spawn one, we want to remember that we want to reduce that count. So we do minus minus there. We've done that before, right? I can't remember because we also do. Like you could also do that, just track by one. But minus minus is a more common way of decreasing something. Maybe we haven't done it. I don't know. Yeah, so that should limit it, but we haven't set a value yet, so everything will be on 0. Let me drag, once this is finished compiling, I'm going to drag this enemy spawner down to...
See, I think of difficult ways of doing things before I think of simple ways of doing things, and that's just a nice, clean, easy way of doing it. Just count it down.
Next to the other enemy spawner. Be careful when dragging stuff in the hierarchy. Anytime it's got that outline around something, you're about to make it a child, and you don't want to do that in this case. We just want to put it there. So let's have this one is going to spawn like 20 enemies, and then the other spawner is going to spawn just 5. And I made those very different just so that we're able to see that they both are respecting the values we gave them. They're not, it's not getting a number out of nowhere. So here, yeah, that looks like 5.
Yes, I am the Lord.
Levity Stupid, thank you for 35. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, I'm just saying that the elegant solutions just don't even cross my mind. And I kind of lament that a bit. That's all.
Almost taking out in one shotgun blast. And then that one was 20. Cool, so our level is actually completable now, right? If I go over and take this guy out. Shotgun is kind of nice for guards. We want to buff it a bit, I think, because the railgun is so good. Yeah. So now, we finished level. The only thing is, we don't actually go anywhere after this. There is no level 2. But it feels nice to finish it. Like, the fact that it was infinite was useful for testing. Like, we always have new enemies to test our weapons on. But it does, like, I don't know, it's unpleasant to just have a level goes on and on and on, with a constant influx of enemies. The fact that we can clear it now is very satisfying. But we don't have a level 2. Sorry, we don't have a level 2. So let's make a level 2. So we've been putting all of our stuff in one folder for now. As the project gets bigger, you want to kind of file things in different folders. The only thing that isn't already in the main folder is our scenes. And our current scene, let's save actually, hit Control S. Our current scene is still called Sample Scene, which is a stupid name. So I'm just going to hit F2 there to rename it, and I'm going to call it level 1. And then I'm going
He hit F2 to rename it. Well, that's not working for me. Did he? Ah.
to duplicate it with Control D, and that automatically names it level 2, which is nice. These are identical right now, so we could change level 2, but actually the level we've been making has a lot of weapons, a lot of elements. It's quite chaotic. Let's go to level 1 instead and change that one to be simpler. So I think what I'll do is I'll take out all but one of the guards, just going to delete 2 of the guards. I'll take out that, let's take out the first enemy spawner, so we've only got the second one, so it's only going to spawn 5 enemies. Let's take out the railgun, also delete this old rifle, which I'm not using anymore anyway. And that's a simpler level 1. So let's just test that in isolation. We won't be able to
You win.
progress from it yet, but just check that didn't break anything. Oh yeah, that's nice and clean. So if the player's still trying to learn like what the controls are and stuff like that, we want to give them a nice easy time with it, and just how, like, what is a guard and how do these enemies interact. Yeah, that's cool. So how should we progress? Well, first thing we need to do, I think this is a job for level manager, right? Level manager should be the thing that checks, is the level complete? And what I want to write here is something like, if all enemies are dead, go to the next level. But it's tricky to check that right now, because we don't have a list of enemies, so I think we should make one. I think we should go to references, and just the same way we did a list of enemy spawners, let's actually copy that and say enemy behavior, and make that a list of enemy behavior and call it all enemies. I'm calling it all enemies just to remind us that this is not just the little ones, it's the guards as well. That's what we want. We want everyone who's an enemy to check, to be on this list. So I control clicked, I'll just do that again. So to jump to enemy behavior, I control clicked it. And now we will do that same trick with on enable and on disable, but there's one catch here. So if I just type on enable, it auto completes. Bloody hell. It is.
What the fuck was that?
The day after Halloween as I write this, and there's fireworks going on.
Ah.
We go to references, all enemies, add this, put us on the list. And then we also do on disable. If that doesn't come up, by the way, you can hit Control J to kind of force it to come up. And we'll do, once again, references dot all enemies dot remove this. But there's a problem with this, because we made them private. Just when it auto-completed this, it assumed we wanted them to be private. And you might notice we have a helpful reminder up here that protected things can be used by our children and not us. Private things really can't be used by anybody. We probably don't want anything to be private, in fact. I said that right here. So let's make these things protected instead, because we actually want our child, which is guard behavior. They should also add themselves to the list and remove themselves from this list. Let me actually just check that guard behavior doesn't have its own on enable or on disable or anything like that. No. If it did, we'd want to make sure it's override. So if the child wants to do the parents thing and its own thing, then you override it, and then you also call the base function. We don't need to do that today, but just a reminder of that. So we have a list of all enemies now, and then what does level manager need to do? Well, this check really is just if references dot all enemies, we just want to know, is there anything on that list? Is it empty? And so I'm going to say count. Count is how many things are on the list. If that count is less than 1, then the level is over. And so now, I'll split this comment in two, because now this is the go to the next level part. How are we going to go to the next level? We want to, so you might remember we have a thing called scene manager, which is not recognized by default, but if we hit Control J, then it is suggested. And when we click it, it's going to import a reference to scene management, because it's this kind of special thing. And is it load scene? Yeah, load scene. And then in brackets, it wants the name of a scene. Well, saying build index there, but actually I think we'll find if we scroll through the options here, scene name. This is the one we can probably get. But what scene name could we give it? So we could just type in level 2 here, but that's a bad idea because we might rename level 2 and then our code crashes. And you want to avoid stuff like that, where just renaming an asset can crash your code. So actually we would like a reference to it. So I would like a public scene asset. Again, it doesn't recognize it immediately because it's kind of a special term. If we hit Control J, it will understand what we mean. We double click it there and it imports, I think it was Unity Editor was the namespace it needed there. And I'm just going to call this next level. And then when we want to load the next level, we put next level dot name, because it needs the name of it for some reason rather than the actual scene reference. The namespace it needed there. And I'm just going to call this next level.
Straight up Unity editor.
And then when we want to load the next level, we put next level dot name, because it needs the name of it for some reason rather than the actual scene reference. So that will work, but we need to actually give it that reference as well. And this is where it starts to get, there's something we should fix maybe, because, so it doesn't really matter yet, but it's not great. Oh, we've got a few things to fix. Yeah, there's a few things we should fix here. Okay, first let's just check this works, so we don't lose our train of thought. If we go into our scenes folder here, and then click back on the enemy spawner, this is the enemy spawner in level 1. We're going to drag, why did I say enemy spawner? I keep getting these two things confused for some reason. We're going to drag level 2 into the next level field, and now it's got a reference to it. And then for fun, why don't we go into level 2, we'll save changes to our current scene. Go to level manager there. Next level for level 2, well, we don't have level 3 yet. Let's just drag level 1 in there, and now our game will loop. It's kind of a weird thing to do, but it means that the game will never run out of stuff. So double click level 1. Oh yeah, now that we have multiple scenes, it's worth knowing when you click play, it doesn't necessarily load the first level. It's going to load whatever scene you have open. So we want to make sure we load scene 1. And then let's try and complete scene 1. Can we do this one shot? No, not even close. And it crashes. The reason for this, so it says, let's go to the console and read this. Level 2 cannot be loaded because it has not been added to the build settings, or the asset bundle has not been loaded. That's a weird error message. So this is a strange choice by Unity, but by default, all the scenes you create would not be in the game when you build the game. So building the game, it means turning it into like an executable that you can give to other people and they can install it and play it. Basically, if you want anyone else to play the game, you build it. And right now, when we build it, we'll just throw away all our work. Like, none of these things will be in the game. You're going to play the game, it just won't work at all. We've never touched the build settings at all because we've never got that far. But if you go to File, Build Settings, then this is where you decide like what platform your game is going to be for. There's a bunch of other special things here. But yeah, by default, scenes in build, none. None of them are in there. I don't know why it defaults to not putting them in there, but I think they should be in there. So I just shift-click those and then drag them in. Yeah, you can also say Add Open Scenes. I mean, as far as I can tell, well, we only ever have one scene open. I guess it is possible to have more than one scene open, but that's a rare thing, so it's easy just to drag them in. So you've got to remember to do this every time we make a new level. Like I say, we might end up randomly generating levels, in which case the actual scenes, we might only have one scene and just keep regenerating the elements in it. But yeah, that's I think definitely worth
There's
knowing.
another bug, because
So
we
still
killed
level
one
one,
guard
and
and then
now
it
we
tried
just
to load level 2.
do it. The guards are no threat to you, are they? Which is, I think they should be. They can damage you a little bit, but I think it's just a damage. Okay, so that works, but it's abrupt, right? That's,
Excuse me. So I'm going to end him in one shot. And that ends the level. I guess that would be kind of a relatively rare occurrence, but it's still not right.
the instant I won, I was immediately on the next level.
Ah. Boy, it is almost undue crew time. Hold on a tick. We gotta set up a canvas. Okay.
Yeah, and then immediately back to level 1. Okay, cool. So it's nice that works, but we should fix that abruptness problem. Before we do, though, let's fix the things I was talking about, because I realized we've been a bit sloppy in that we have a level manager that's supposed to be pretty much the same between the two levels, but it's not a prefab, it's an individual thing. So if we ever change what level manager is like, if we added a new component to it or something, we'd have to do that separately in both scenes, because they don't have anything to do with each other right now. The fact they have the same name is irrelevant. It's not a prefab, so they don't actually have any connection. So let's take, we'll go back to our assets folder here, and I'm just going to drag level manager down here. So we made this one into a prefab. That's cool, but we also need the one in level 2. Let's save this scene. The one in level 2 is not a prefab. It's still its own instance. So there isn't an easy way to sort of tell it, hey, you just be an instance of this prefab. So instead, we will just drag the prefab into the scene. That'll make a whole new one. We don't want two of them, and we just delete the old one. And all we've got to do is remember that we need to change the next level, so it's not next level 2. Oh yeah, I should just mention this actually. You don't have to drag the scene. If we're not in the scene view already, then might as well click this little target, and it'll just come up with a list of scenes, and we'll point to level 1. It could
But nice.
load itself again. That's not as crazy as it's equally crazy as what we're doing. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Both those options are placeholders that we will end up changing. But yeah, for now, let's just get that working as it is. And then our enemy spawners are also not prefabs, which they should be definitely. So it doesn't really matter which one we pick, but let's drag one of them into the project folder. And let's actually. So again, we can't tell this one, hey, you're an instance of that. But what I will do, let's say if we'd place this really carefully, we didn't, but let's say we did, and we really didn't want to have to place the new one in exactly the same spot, like that was going to be arduous. What we can do is copy a component. So you click this little cog and you can copy a component. Now, we could do that on the transform or we could do it on the enemy spawner. I don't know of an easy way to do both. Oh no, actually I do. Yeah, let's do it. This is a good practice. So I'm going to drag a new enemy spawner into the scene. So we created a prefab.
I see what you're going to do. I get it. Where is it? Ah.
I just can't find it right now. You would think being alphabetical. Oh, it's not blue. That's why it's yeah, that's interesting. Why?
If they have a model, they always do this.
How come that one we actually see the actual model, whereas something like explosion, which has a model, we don't see the model?
Oh, well,
maybe it's because the root object. Nope, it's not that. I don't know why that is. But anyway, that's fine. So I'm going to drag. So my goal is to replace this with an instance of the prefab. I'm going to leave the existing one there for now. I've dragged a new instance of the prefab in, but this one is exactly the same as the one over here. So if I want it to match this old one exactly, I can go to transform, copy component, then I go to the prefab instance, and I go to the cog, paste component values, and it jumps to exactly where that thing is. It's not just position, it's rotation, it's everything else. And then equally, let's say we spent ages configuring this incredibly complex enemy spawner, where we just put in the 5, then let's actually make it 1 second between spawns, so it's also slower. Then we click here, we say copy component, and we go over to the prefab instance, and we paste component values. And now it's configured exactly like the old one. And once you've done that for all the components you care about, then you can delete the old one. So yeah, that's the thing that's been useful sometimes. I'm just going to move this level manager in the order. No, I'm not. What just happened? What did that do? Parenting? No. That was exactly what I told you to watch out for. Okay, all good. Cool, so those are prefabs now, which means that if we update what an enemy spawner looks like, it will change in all these different places, that's definitely something we want. Nav points are already prefabs, that's good. Level geometry is just that parent that kind of holds all the individual pieces. Might be interesting to make these two levels look more different. I think we want to change level 1 really. So go to scenes, level 1, definitely save. Let's just delete the middle obstacle maybe. And now it'll feel different as well as being much simpler. Yes, let's just check we didn't break anything. Real simple, spacious level 1. Let the enemies come, and then the instant it's done, we're on level 2. And oh no, I did break something. Let's see, what was that? I'm just double clicking it. I'm going to read the error message first. The variable spawn point of enemy spawner has not been assigned. So spawn point is where the enemy comes out. But I'm surprised that is the case, because we didn't change that, did we? What I'm trying to make it, when I click it, I want it to highlight which enemy spawner is talking about, but I guess we can just look individually. Enemy spawner, its spawn point, this is scene view, why am I seeing it? Okay.
Its spawn point is what it needs.
Is that? Oh yeah, so that's right.
Oh,
this
right,
because
we deleted...
when I click it in the hierarchy, I move my cursor over to the scene view and I hit...
Tom, we copied component values. It was referring to the spawn point in the other one that we deleted. Tom.
F, and that jumps me to it. When I click its spawn point, that's set to none. Oh, is that because they pasted those values? Maybe oh, there's several things wrong here. Why isn't this... Oh, did we not update this one? Okay, whoops. Alright, we'll come back to that in a sec. Let's fix the issue we're looking into right now. So this is on level 2, and the second enemy spawner doesn't have a reference to its own spawn point. I guess that's when because I pasted all the values, so it makes sense. I would have pasted... It makes sense as a bug. It's not the bug I would expect to see, because what I did was I copied all these values, and then I pasted them... No, I didn't. Right, I copied the values from the old one into the new one. So basically the new one had a reference to the old one's enemy's spawn point, and then I deleted the old one, so that's why it has a broken reference. So it's an easy fix. We just drag spawn point into here. Actually, that will work just fine, but really, it thinks this is a custom thing we've just done, and it's not. It's the same as the prefab. I just want to revert that. Every, this enemy spawner prefab, in fact, let's open the prefab. The prefab knows that its spawn point, the reference to the spawn point should be the one within this prefab. And when you duplicate it, it doesn't get confused about that. It knows that each one should point to its own child as the spawn point. We just messed it up by, well, let's say I just messed it up by pasting those values over and then deleting the thing. So I did want those spawn timings, I just didn't want the spawn reference, so that's something to be aware of. A bug like that happens quite a lot in my main project as well, where we kind of change something and then something loses its reference to its own child. I'm actually going to change these a bit because it occurred to me when I was doing this, we don't want one that's super fast and super plentiful. Let's have one that's going to churn out a lot of enemies but slowly, and then this one is going to do them very fast. This one's going to do 10 at once, and the other one's going to steady trickle. We'll see what that feels like. Let's just play that. Firstly, to check I fixed the bug, and then secondly, to see how that feels. Yeah, so that one forms like an arrow formation, and so as a player, my strategy is get rid of the nasty, scary horde, and then we can deal with the slow trickle more easily. Yeah, that works pretty well. So these are sort of adding a steady pressure, while the other one adds an immediate threat we have to deal with. But we've still got this extremely quick transition, so let's fix that. So that was on, the transition is a level manager thing, and let's give level manager a new variable, public float, seconds before.
Where are we at in this? Oh, we're so close to the end, but we are we are just about out of time. Oh yeah. You're right. You are 100% correct. There we go. Perfect. Oh, hello. Did we not? I guess we didn't change this. Well, I say we. This is really Tom's fault.
Next level. And at the start of each level, we could set that to, actually, yeah, let's put it in start, not awaken. Let's set that to like 3. Yeah. And then when there are no enemies, we'll reduce this by time.delta time, how much time has passed. And then only when that is 0 will we, when that is less than or equal to 0, do we actually want to move on. So if all enemies are dead, wait a bit, then go to the next level. So the way I've structured this means that if for some reason all enemies were no longer dead, like there was 0 and then 1 spawned, for example, this counter would stop. It wouldn't reset, it would just stop counting down until the enemy was dealt with, and then it would eventually tick down. That is intentional, because I saw a case when I was doing my test run of where if I killed the guard instantaneously and there's only one guard, it went immediately to the next level, because the other enemies didn't have a chance to spawn before the check ran.
That did happen.
And that feels like a bit of an exploit. If we wanted to make that a game mechanic, we could, but we'd want specific rules about it. We don't want it to happen as a quirk of our code. This is not the perfect way to deal with that, because, I mean, it completely fixes that case, because the time when there are no enemies is almost 0. But there's probably still an exploit you could do where if you instantly kill the guards and then really like lay fire down on the spawn point, you might be able to accumulate enough progress time that the level moves on. I'm still convincing myself that we should fix that. But anyway, let's just check this works at all first. Second for next level is set to 3 at the start of the level, and then it will tick down all the time that all enemies are dead. And we'll start with level 1 this time, because that's easier to complete. Take out the guard. To the enemies. There's a nice grace period, and then we move on. Let's go. That's what we wanted. This one's going to be more of a pain in the ass to complete now, because you've got to wait for all these things to spawn, so that's not great. Probably shouldn't have too long of a period where it's not challenging, but the level isn't over. Actually, maybe we can see if I can.
That was fast when it switched.
Trick it. So that's the bad case I was talking about, where I don't know if I actually cheated there and managed to move on before the enemies were done, but either way, it moved on very suddenly when the enemies were done, and that's because our grace timer is ticking down all the time that there are no enemies on screen, and we're able to keep that state going quite a bit by just mowing down the enemies as they came out. So let's actually fix that. And the way I want to fix that is just to say that, so let's have a public float of grace time at end of level. I like to always be specific in my names. That's the thing that will make 3. And at the start of the level, we say seconds for next level is set to that grace time. And then the change we want to make is when not all enemies are dead, we should reset that. So this line of code is just setting the seconds for next level to the grace time. So basically, if in that situation where we ambush the guard and we shotgun him immediately, there's a moment where there's nobody on screen, Then this ticks down. We get here. We don't go to the next level because it hasn't finished ticking down yet. And then the next frame, or whenever the next enemy spawns, as soon as there's an enemy back on screen, we're like, oh no, false alarm, the level is not over. Go back to the start, wait 3 seconds. So only when there's 3 uninterrupted seconds of no enemies on screen do we progress. And, that's not the same as ensuring that all of the spawners have definitely spawned all their stuff. If we had a really long time between spawns, that could happen. But I feel like it's a good rule anyway. Like, if you manage to clear the whole place and nothing has spawned for 3 seconds, you're good. We can move on. You've won.
Did he set
It
that
depends on what
anywhere?
game you want to make. Obviously, we could have a game where there's long periods between spawns and you have time to prepare between waves. I'm sort of thinking of this as like one level is one onslaught, and if you wipe that onslaught out, you move on to the next level. So yeah, this suits our current purposes. This will be level 1 again. I guess I can just quickly beat it. Is the Uzi better than the shotgun? I think it is currently. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't
No,
work.
because
oh,
you
I know
set
why.
that thing.
Because we haven't yet. Level manager, let's open the prefab. We don't want to change the instance, we want to change the prefab itself. And we want to set the grace time to 3, because, of course, it isn't.
Okay. I mean, I knew what the problem was. Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Strange.
New variable, so it defaulted to 0. Uzi's probably, well, yeah, because the shotgun's got a close range, but so is the Uzi.
Nice.
Bit of grace time, and then we will kill these as fast as possible with our wildly overpowered railgun. And now let's make sure there's a lot of time here where there's no enemies on screen. And yeah, we're not progressing to the next level, which is good. That's what we want. Oh, I could, it would be kind of fun to see it, wouldn't it? Yeah, we can see it tick down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I just noticed the enemy spawner is still stuck. So we've learned our lesson now. Let's bring in the enemy spawner prefab, which doesn't look like I expect, and I will copy its location. Is its location already correct? I can't get my bearings on this. This is not where I expect it to be. So I go to the prefab instance. Oh yeah, it's put in a totally different spot. Paste component back.
All right, my friends. I am out of time right now for Unity, but it's been cool. We did a lot of things. It's so much more a game now than it was, which is awesome. It's got a menu, it's got enemies, it's got pathing, it's got nav points, it's got levels and level switching, it's got credits. It's awesome. I'm really starting to get the overall picture of what a game in Unity is. And so the stuff for me to really focus on learning is going to be the game logic, the code side, how you organize things code wise and how you approach certain things code wise. Like I was saying earlier, where I was kind of lamenting how, Tom has the sort of sense of how you do that, having made games before, so he knows like, oh, in this case I'm going to want a list. In this case I'm going to want to do a little countdown. Da, 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 da. That's the kind of stuff that I need to wrap my head around and really absorb to be able to get in there and like, if you have an idea, you can execute more quickly on that idea if you've got those core things really ingrained in you. You don't have to, oh God, how do I do blah, blah, blah. And then you have to go look it up and then you try different things and fails. And, you don't have to go through all that whole process. You really want to ingrain the core ways of approaching things like that. But yeah, it's going awesome. And obviously I'm looking forward to doing more as always. But let's join up with the crew here. And we'll do some drawings. So give me just a moment.
Downloaded or started playing Isaac, and I suck at it so much.
Hello.
Hey, Cal.
Hello. How are you?
I'm okay.
Oh, good.
How
We were
are y'all
talking
doing?
about Isaac for a second, and Clark mentioned that he's bad at it, and I think 90% of the people who play are bad at it. So you're not alone. There's like a small percentage of people who beat the game. Like people have already 100% the new content, and I'm over here just like, yay, I beat this floor and then I died.
I haven't even made it to new content yet. I think right now I have a streak of -50. Uh,
You gotta
that's
boost those numbers. Those are baby numbers. I've seen negative 500 before.
I believe it. I just suck at it so much,
It's
but
okay.
it's
It's one of those games that you lose a lot, and it makes the wins even more like satisfying,
Well, so
yeah,
especially
I
if you
agree.
choose.
it's a roguelike, right? Isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And is it one of those ones where, like, I've played a lot. I haven't played Isaac, but I've played other ones like I can't remember the names of any of them. Why can't I remember the names of them? Risk of Rain, uh, and the
Did you ever
sequel.
play Rogue Legacy? Or like Spelunky is roguelike.
I played Spelunky. I never played Rogue Legacy. Well, there's certain different kinds because I think Isaac is more like kind of Risk of Rain ish, where you kind of get like random artifacts that augment your game, right?
Yes.
So every
Yeah.
run is a different, more exciting. I mean, Spelunky really is sort of kind of like that too, but it's not as wild in terms of what you get. Like Risk of Rain, you would get like a whole chain of artifacts along the bottom of your screen that would
Yeah, Isaac's like
modify.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think
I
Isaac
think
is somewhere between like Risk of Rain and Spelunky in that regard.
I think I would argue that it's fairly similar to Magicite because I know you've played that one too.
Oh Lord, I
Magicite's
played
fun.
that so long ago.
Well,
It's fun.
I don't really remember how it played.
there was
I
poop involved, and there's poop involved in Isaac's, and that's all I
Wait,
remember of
really?
Isaac.
In Magicite?
Yeah, you whenever you ate, you would poop.
If I
I've
recall
recently watched a
correctly,
video. That's why I remember.
no, yeah, I do. I remember the pooping now that you mention it. Um, if I recall correctly, Magicite was kind of fairly rudimentary.
Yeah.
It had
It
like,
was literally like you just went forward. You just went straight. It was
yeah,
platformer. Yeah. Isaac, I think my appeal for it is sorry, I keep forgetting that Control T is new tab and not transform. I What my favorite thing is getting the synergies because you can do some really crazy stuff depending on what you get.
right.
If you ever get that far.
Oh, I like my Binding of Isaac games. Like I like my Mac super cheesy.
I've been thinking about it a lot from the game dev side of things lately for obvious reasons, I guess.
They had a patch update like I think literally last night, and they had to change some stuff. Like apparently this one really hard boss
Mhm.
had become easier to kill, and they had to put in the notes, sorry, that was a bug. We put boss armor and the and oh god, so many people were just like, God, I hate this game.
Right, right.
And if I disappear, there's a severe thunderstorm warning above my head. And
Oh,
thankfully,
that's
Mhm.
thankfully my internet's only gone out one time. Uh, just just in case I disappear. No, I didn't get mad and leave you guys. I got
Right.
mad at the sky, and the sky got mad back at me.
you just gotta have a punching fight with Thor. You gotta fight the clouds, man.
There it is. Life finds a way.
Oh,
uh, oh hey, Manry.
yep, Henry here.
Manly.
Yeah,
Man.
he's up here drawing an Inosuke.
It's the man who re.
Man, you think I'd be more organized having a better monitor setup, and yet I still am trying to figure out where to put windows. There we go.
Did your monitor setup change?
I have not seen the new Demon Slayer film yet. I think Manner's seen it.
Maybe. No, my layout's still the same. I've just like I wish I had like a better way to set up the monitors on my desk because one is like like the primary one right in my face, and then the other one is like a little hard. Like it's a little bit off to the side, so it's harder to see. But no, I haven't seen the Demon Slayer movie. I don't have I don't really want to go out to a theater yet.
Yeah, I hear you. Is this Isaac
Uh
6?
yeah, this is I mean the game literally is geared towards me just somebody crying constantly. You're one of three? Oh no.
6X.
It's not available to watch yet digitally, Lily. Lily wants to see the Demon Slayer movie.
I do too.
Crying Sid. Yeah, it's me all the time basically. I don't know what my so like the thing with Isaac is that as you progress the game, there's a lot of different characters. They all have their own little gimmicks and stuff. And as you start to unlock things, they basically get a starter item. So like this one character, his name is Samson, and whenever he starts with an item called Bloody Lust, and he basically gets stronger every time he gets hit.
And all the characters, for the most part, have a relation to biblical sense. Like Samson is
Yeah.
of the story of Samson, and
Eden,
obviously the Binding of Isaac, Eden,
Azazel,
uh, and so on.
Satan, Megastan.
Make a
You
stand.
you literally fight with Satan, and you also apparently fight with gods too. So angels.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've never played it because I've had a one-man boycott going on for 1 million years.
Fun. There's references to countless games in there too.
Well, the whole thing
Like
is basically kind of styled after Legend of Zelda.
and
Yes.
in fact, I didn't know about this until recently, but Isaac was actually designed originally to be an Octorok from the original Zelda game.
Oh,
One of the
one of these
yeah.
boys.
No, no,
Hmm?
no, no,
Oh
no,
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 no.
that's Deku. One of
That's a
these
Deku.
boys. Sorry, they're all the
Yeah,
same.
yeah, they're all the same. Yeah, 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 yeah.
They all have a sad face.
Yep, yep. This is the one that is calamari. This is the one you can eat. I wouldn't recommend eating the other one.
Wait, what? Calamari.
He's a squid creature, sort
Yeah.
of. You
There's
know,
there's actually challenges in Isaac, and one of them is literally you playing as like the Isaac version of Link, where he doesn't have tear. Well, I think he uses bombs and he has a sword, and you have to beat the challenge with just those items.
I have not unlocked that yet. Then again, I haven't unlocked most things because I suck. They're just bad. But it's fun just to kind of do in between things. I've been doing mainly because I've been not stuck with art block, just had no motivation to do anything up until like dark 30 yesterday. But just no motivation. So I've just been playing that, and it's been keeping me from screaming my head off.
Time to start up the Binding of Isaac armory.
I've already did I need to do ones for the new characters, but I've done weapons off of them. Uh, but thankfully I'm like 2 months ahead on the armory, so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, nice.
Yep. The one thing that I can do for a daily thing that Co can't with stream a day is I can work ahead.
that's true. This is a race
where you can't advance in position.
Nope.
That's Scream a Day.
Yeah.
We're doing a vibe canvas tonight, y'all. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
the
Geek.
game plan.
Yeah, Geek is sick. Pat and Lily
Pat's
are
busy. Yeah, Pat and Lily are busy.
They got work.
busy.
They're not here
Yeah.
for the best reasons.
They got to make money for more, so they can spend more time doing more art.
Yeah, see, my brain is just on like Isaac lately, so I've been drawing like the boss monsters. Some of the boss monsters, I would like to see some of your renditions of some of the boss monsters because they have a kind of cutesy feel to them because the game is deceptively on the cuter side. I
Mhm.
feel like you would make. Hang on, I'm gonna post this in the Discord.
Yeah, there's some good ones that
Yeah, I feel like you could go ham with some of these
Hey, we're vibing. Hit me. I'm down.
okay.
It's better than just drawing an arm.
I'll let.
Boom. Punch.
Let's see. What's the one
Pow.
that I?
Yeah, let's
Blam.
just draw amazing ones.
Wham.
What are your guys' favorite bosses, chat?
Smush.
Yeah, yeah. Let chat decide, and we'll just draw our versions of these monsters.
Yeah, we'll draw it.
Detroit Smash.
I like the heretic is pretty cool. And what's the other one that I like? Where is it?
There it
Oh
is.
yeah, if somebody recommends bloat, you're immediately gonna get people saying F the bloat because that's one of people hate that monster so much.
I haven't had much problems with bloat. I honestly am not a big fan of Dingle at the minute.
He
Uh,
fast.
yeah, he fast. He squished me
Show
every
him.
time.
They want me
I'm
to
not good
show.
at him.
They want me to show bloat. Hang on, let me get his.
His sprite.
Yeah.
And what's a cool thing about these bosses, Co, is that they progressively decay. Like you'll come across like a new variant of this boss, but like it's a skeleton now because you killed it previously. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's just interesting. Like it's
Yeah. It
yeah.
sounds interesting.
I think you would enjoy it if you didn't have a one man boycott on it.
Yeah.
Just explaining just showing an image just explain why people hate the bloat. Well, yeah, I know, but like, why is there a line? Hold on, there you go.
And
There's
it's not because I have any issue with the game. Oh, he's cool. I like that. In fact, it makes me very sad because I know that I would like the game. But yeah, I have issues with the developer and I guess now the publisher too. It was
yeah,
like two terrible things came together.
I've heard some of the things that about the devs, and I'm just like,
Yeah. So maybe I'll make my own Isaac with gambling and hookers.
There
yeah,
you
make
go.
your own version of the bloat. I'll just leave him like kind of like here in the middle.
He's already pretty. Like I don't know. Yeah. What?
I mean, you probably could push it farther.
You mean like bring my deep darkness to it? Because I feel like I've drawn a lot of things exactly like this guy on Undo Crew, but sometimes I go more cartoony.
Yeah,
I'll show the his previous version then.
Oh,
so he
Peep?
goes Peep, yeah. So this is what he looks like before you essentially.
Really?
Yeah. And his eyes. Why is my things are all messed up today?
Well, hold up. There's an added element that's not with the image. Let me fix it. It's just urine everywhere.
Okay.
There's urine on the walls. There's just urine everywhere.
Also, this is his sprite, and
well, that's after he loses his eye. He loses his eyes mid-fight.
So he goes through some shit.
Yeah.
Right.
He has a progression. He goes from little nub man to no eye man to I'm just gonna shoot lasers out of my face.
Now, are these peepees? Is that why this is getting censored?
No, those are arms.
No,
God, don't scare me like that.
they got to be arms. Well, I mean, it is Binding of Isaac though. So.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm going to assume it's arms because a lot of
Don't do
people
that.
stream this game.
You've made it worse.
God,
Who's
why?
is this? This is Manry, definitely, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all man.
I mean, we can all see it. Now, who's that?
Now, this is probably, I would argue, one of the most iconic enemies when you say sex or bosses.
Monstro? Yeah, Monstro's pretty
Yeah.
iconic.
Yeah, he's this big old head that jumps around and spits out at things.
Okay.
And this is. Let me bring up my bane of existence.
Who's doing this? That's a PP.
Manry.
No, that's not me. I'm looking at all the Isaac bosses.
This is my bane of existence.
That looks like a Poe ring.
It is a dingle.
But it's a poo ring.
It's appalling is what it is. Damn thing's too fast.
This guy might be fun too. His name is Rag Mega.
I was thinking of. I did look at his original form, Ragman. A minute ago. Yeah, let me clear mine.
I was leaving these in the middle. I figured we could just have this section be here's some Isaac things. Just Isaac things, you know. Go shrink it down a bit.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, everything I've seen about the game, it looks like it's a great, well-crafted game. It's that constant problem of like separate the art from the artist, or no.
Yeah. I've had to do that in the past. I know how that is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna try drawing the bloat guy because I normally draw things more on the cutesy end. I'm gonna try to.
Yeah. Let's both do it, and then we'll compare. We'll compare notes.
It's not letting me draw for some reason. Hold on. There we go.
I had the same problem.
Yeah, that was weird. I had to like deselect something.
Did you saw my Tooth Fairy that I did on Space Cops, didn't you?
Wait, what Tooth Fairy?
We played Scribble.io on Wednesday night.
Oh yeah, I watched a little bit of you guys playing.
This guy.
Oh yeah. I did see the Tooth Fairy.
It's a cool turkey. Oh my god, he's just suffering. Oh.
Tooth Fairy.
Is this Tooth Fairy like? Does he still leave you money for your teeth, or does he just straight up just take them out of your mouth?
Oh, I like option 2. Here.
As someone who spent a lot of time at the dentist recently, yeah, that's the Tooth Fairy.
It comes into your house. It takes the teeth. Apparently, it's very small as well, because that tooth huge.
It sees you when you're sleeping. The teeth it wants to take.
Yo.
He knows that you've been bad, not good.
Perfect. Good's reaction to it was hilarious and informative because it's funny how people can have different takes. Like everybody else was like, I love your Tooth Fairy guy. And Good was just like, I don't understand what this is, because it couldn't enter his head whatsoever. He couldn't fathom it at all. And it's because he's a parent.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing. He couldn't even, with the obvious clues and everything, he couldn't fathom that would be the case at all. And then when he did find out what it was, he was horrified and disgusted.
I just thought of a terrible idea for a night now.
Oh no. Well, what is it?
Okay, all right. This has a couple moving pieces here. First, we will draw some corrupted fairy tales,
Mm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
we invite Good on as a guest to try and guess what we're trying to draw just for his reactions.
So would we all have to draw it cursed though to kind of throw him off?
Oh yeah. Only cursed.
Gotcha. Only cursed. Oh God,
Ooh,
sorry. The darkness took over. I couldn't help it. Shame. Okay, look, don't shame me. I shame myself for what happened. Yeah, I've discovered like I have to use a harder brush, like with a low on the pixel side to get more creepy look. Because I feel like when I draw with the thicker line art, I'm just like,
you're predisposed to be creepy.
yeah, that's yeah. So if I use a pen that I'm not as familiar with, I make things creepier.
Just gotta embrace the darkness.
I am embracing that darkness. How to make the creepiest Isaac monster. I kind of, I don't know, something about the designs. I just like that they're kind of cutesy, so then it's open to interpretation to make it look creepier.
Yeah.
Because it's like they've got the base down and let your imagination run wild. Because they're mainly pretty simple. Some of them not so much, but a lot of them are.
Manri
Oh yeah.
said, "Come, Guardian."
Let's see.
Now has anybody watched Falcon and Winter Soldier?
No,
It's good.
Manri said yes.
It's good, isn't it, man?
I've
I
just
haven't
been
yet.
Manri said yes.
Nakomi and I have been working on the Good Place.
Oh
Not really
yeah.
good place.
I had started like I had watched several episodes of it and I know I probably should have kept going, but I couldn't stick with it.
It's
Yes,
I
so
know it
good.
gets
I am the Lord.
I know it gets
Henry
better
said
later, but
yes.
I'm just like, but when? I'm like 5 episodes in.
Oh wow, that's wild. I found it to be good very early on.
I don't doubt that it's good. Like I've seen a lot of people say that. Maybe I just don't have the taste for it. Maybe it was 3 episodes. Oh yeah, it probably was three because I had like I always do like a 3 episode rule when I'm watching stuff.
How many episodes is it?
4
I think it
seasons.
Four
Yeah, and
seasons.
it's over, right?
Yeah.
They gave it a conclusive ending. That's see that makes me happy when shows can actually like end on their own terms and they tell the story that they wanted to tell instead of like let's keep milking this.
Yeah,
And
I
then
guess it had a plan from the get-go
I,
of
I
what it was
I'm
going to be.
I'm very all right with that. I like things when they don't get canceled and they have to wrap everything up real quick, and I definitely prefer it over. Hey, let's do 2,000 seasons and leave every ending to a possible sequel because we never know.
I feel like yeah, like they mentioned Supernatural. That's oh God, they had so many seasons of that. I think another show that fell victim to that was Dexter. Not the cartoon, obviously.
No, I enjoyed that one, but I do feel like it
I
did go on a while.
I feel like yeah, they like I feel like season 1 was obviously good. Season 2 was I think pretty good. I think there was like a season where I think it was the season where he got married and had like a kid and I was just like, "Oh, come on. What is this?" And then
Um,
it just
I mean that one I could kind of get because it's his next stage of trying to be as normal as possible. You know, he's you know, hitting all the check marks of what society deems as normal.
I think it was another show that went on for too long.
One Piece.
Oh God, you're gonna upset One Piece fans. I'm not getting involved in this conversation.
Bleach. Uh, you know, Demon Slayer. I'm glad it reached its ending because that was definitely a show that they could probably milk for eons, but I'm glad they didn't.
There was apparently I'm not gonna spoil it because I know people are watching the anime, but apparently the ending for Attack on Titan had mixed reviews.
Apparently.
Yeah. I think that's another series that I tried really hard to get into and I was like, it's not really for
Yeah,
me. It's
yeah, I'm the
uh,
same boat on that one. I tried, but I who keeps shaming God here? Six.
no, never.
Uh,
I would never.
I c- I didn't like the art style enough. It was enough to set me off. It was enough to be like I just really can't focus on the story.
I
Of Attack
actually
on Titan?
really enjoyed the first season. There's something to the the style and approach of it that I really enjoyed, which I think makes sense because it's got a really like monstery vibe.
Yes, I am the Lord.
Hmm.
But
I
for some
might just
reason,
need
I
to give
wasn't
it
able to
another.
continue it.
It's definitely it's definitely one of those series that it ramps up like slowly and there's a lot of like political and stuff like that involved with like um call it like how certain places want to do different things in regards to dealing with titans and all that stuff.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I tried. I watched a season of it. I read some of the manga. I gave it the good old college try. Wasn't for me, and honestly, that's okay.
Oh yeah.
I just don't like it when people are just like, I can't believe it. You should watch it again. Maybe you'll like it the second time. And I'm like, no, I got a pretty good list of other things I should be watching.
And not enough time in the day to watch those. That's my problem. I got so much stuff I want to watch, want to rewatch, but not enough time.
There's an anime I'm watching this season called I think it's I mentioned this earlier in chat. It's either like To Your Eternity or To the Immortal. It's basically this being creates a sphere and it's he sends it to Earth and the sphere basically begins to evolve based on things that it comes into contact with on Earth. So it starts off as a rock and then it starts off as moss and it continues going from there until it
Hmm.
meets a human and
Hmm.
then it keeps going. The first episode is it's one of those like kind of emotional ones. And it's more slower paced. It's interesting. I'm interested in the world building.
Yeah, that does sound interesting. I might have to give that one a shot.
I think it's on its third episode. Oh, Fumetsu no Anate. Yeah, that's what it was.
Manri said,
Yeah,
my
I'm not
son,
going there.
Inashuk.
You know,
Ah, yes. I love
I
that Demon Slayer character.
I love
Inner
Inoship.
Chook.
Looks great. You nailed him.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm curious.
Manri said, Inosuke.
There you go.
6 Alana said, Tanjiro.
I got Tanjiro.
Tanjiro. Oh, I love how Nosuke can't pronounce his name, except like, yeah, no, he never pronounces his name correctly.
Manri said Gonpakiro.
Konpachiro. I had the itch recently to play No Man's Sky again because one of my friends was mentioning that they were trying to figure out a game they wanted to play. So I opened up Steam, and for some reason I immediately saw No Man's Sky, and I'm like, I wonder what the new updates have been like. I might give it a shot. The last time I played, they like multiplayer was added in, like a actual proper multiplayer, and you could build with people. You could have like basic stuff.
I never got into it. I never got into the hype when it was was it when it? Ugh. Never mind. Let's move on. I can't speak.
I should ask Dave how he's liking the new update. Now people are thinking about Dave. Dave?
Dave.
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 Dave?
Dave.
Which Dave? Which Dave are we talking about?
Dave.
Dave.
Good old Dave.
Dave.
Need my clips. Where are my
Oh,
clips?
Manri said classic Dave.
Oh, Justin's friend. By the way, even though this thing looks like it has no legs, it will still jump at you. So, if for some reason you want to give it little stub legs.
Now I haven't gotten around to actually facing this version yet, but doesn't it leave behind a blood creep instead of a pea creep?
I don't remember because I'm too busy like trying to make sure I'm not within its line of sight so that it fires blood lasers at me.
I have not gotten good enough to
Hmm.
know how to cheese a boss, even after watching Northern Lion, Milby, Pyro, and everybody on Earth play the game. Doesn't mean I know anything. I never retained any information.
There's some clips for you there, Six.
Yeah, Dave.
Oh. Hideo's new game? Oh, wait, what? Kojima? The second clip just cuts him off. See, I'll just do another check and see what you guys are drawing. Dave makes a new friend. Let's see.
Oh yeah, that clip's very good.
It looks like a mutant German Shepherd.
I can hear Dave's voice in my head. I can hear that clip without watching it.
Name is Sukima. What the heck?
Sucking ya.
So- his first friend, and that's what it's named. Fantastic.
Gently milk. I think I've taken this boy as far as I can take him. He kind of, his form is cartoony no matter what you do, I feel.
Your drawing gives me is it Oogie Boogie from
Yeah, from Nightmare Before Christmas.
yeah.
Kinda.
You know what it is? It's because he looks like a blobfish,
Yeah.
and you just gotta have to laugh at blobfishes.
I have another one that might be fun for you, Co. Um, in terms of monsters. Hang on. Where- This guy. His name is the Stain, and he also sucks. Hang on.
The
There.
stain. I don't
Yeah,
remember
he
this
also
woman name.
sucks. He pops out of the ground and he's
Oh.
just like, I'm here to ruin your day. Yeah, he's got like skulls and stuff. He's just annoying because he goes underground and he doesn't pop up again until he's like right on top of you.
He's a mess.
He's annoying.
The dang
I
old
like
mess.
I like how yours came out, by the way, as well, Clark.
Oh, yeah.
And this melted boy over here.
Just melting.
He's just melting. He's just vibing. Did you already delete your layer, Co?
It's just hidden.
Okay, good.
So I
Because then
could,
that way, like later, we can just
yeah.
There's just 4 of us. I doubt we're gonna reach the limit on layers. Who doesn't enjoy a gentle milking from a strange person?
Now, is the stain? What's the original form of the stain? Or
Um,
is that just it for the stain? I don't quite remember.
I know what his original form is. It's the polycephalus. It's this one. It's hang on, post in there. This is his
Oh,
non-dead
yeah,
form.
I remember.
Let
I
me just
have fought that.
There he is. Just put him here over the bloat because we're kind of
Yeah.
Just a bunch of friends.
I think I'll draw nice glasses on him. He's so cool. Look at him. He's so cool. I'll draw the non-dead version of it. Well, I mean, non-rotted version, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, this boss sucks because it literally will not show up until you're like right on top of it, and there's barely any warning. You basically just have to like hope you dodge it when it pops up at you.
And of course, the game doesn't give you much in the way of health,
Plus, you can gamble your health, which is always, mhm.
which I have just opted to
Devil.
never do.
Uh-oh. I hear you. What's the matter?
Content.
She's whining. She has everything that she could need, so I don't really know what she wants. And yet, there she goes again. My child, come here. I will pet you if you come to the chair. You are in the living room. Oh, okay. Yeah, go to your blanket.
Now, mind you, Co. Also in this game, these bosses are usually several times the size of your the player character.
Oh, I figured, yeah.
She needs your attention. She's right here. I found her. I'm petting her right now as we speak. Such a poor baby is sad. She's fine. She's just a big whiner. She's just mad because I moved her cat blanket into my room, my office.
How dare you?
She doesn't like change. Yeah, it's a cat. What's the matter, honey? Lay down, bud. Lay down. Yeah, take a nap, old lady. I can't remember what I mentioned. I remember last week I had like a fun idea that we were all excited for, and I could not for the life of me remember what it was. But I remember saying like, "Oh, we should put these ideas on a document," and Clark was like, "We have a document," and I was like, "Oh,
Manri
we should
said
use
all
it."
Enos ukes.
Oh, no use.
Oh,
Good
cat's
job,
fighting.
TBTS. I don't remember what it was, my idea, which makes me sad because I remember thinking it was pretty good, but my memory is hot garbage. Hey, has any hang on. It's probably been a hot minute. Let me post the community canvas again, because that's we got that canvas that you guys can draw on. My cat's face is so close to the camera right now. I think Ethan and Sito are both Ethan. Anyway, they have like a color palette challenge and a theme. Theme one, by the way, Ethan, because I did.
Cats.
It was cats.
Yeah, I'm in here in the community board right now.
Nice. All I know is Ethan wanted them to break a
Manri
tie.
said.
Yeah, those are kanji. That is I don't think the bot wants to try to read those.
No.
But yeah, Ethan was like, "Hey, vote on this poll because there's a tie." And of course that just means they decided to make it a triple tie. And I was like,
That
"You
is the
fool, you
way.
know." Yeah.
Good God, I tab away and come back, and Co's already got the Dark Souls rendition of this one.
Twitch showed you a list of clips from some. Oh, maybe that person is playing No Man's Sky. I don't know. No Man's Sky is one of those games that like people forget about it for like a year or so, and they come back and play with all the updates and stuff. Kind of like how I was thinking I was going to be with Animal Crossing until I realized the updates aren't that robust. And I don't even think they had one for this month. I know they had Hello Kitty like last month, which I was like, right, but it wasn't like enough to bring me back in. I don't know. Like it's still. I haven't turned it on in months. My villagers are probably like, "There's weeds everywhere. What are you doing?"
That's how I am with Smash Brothers. Like everybody's like, Ian, oh, I'm not gonna play the game if they put this character in, or if they don't put the character I want. Even if they put a character that I actually want in that game, I can guarantee you I'll play for maybe a week and then put it down and never play it again.
Oh, for the
Because-
Smash updates.
Yeah, it's like
But if
But
they added like, but see, they added They added 2 characters from Kingdom Hearts. They got Sephiroth and Cloud.
I know. I played Cloud, and then I have not played since. Um, I'm just not into those types of games. I don't know. I just got no idea with this one. I don't know what I'm doing.
Who are you drawing?
I was
Are you trying
trying.
the poly guy?
Yeah, Polyphemus or Stain, but I just can't. My brain just not working for me right now.
I'm having one of those kind of weird off days too, where like there's nothing wrong. It's just like it almost feels like I'm not all there today. I don't know how to explain it other than like the brain is functioning and I am functioning, but like mentally I'm not all there today. It's kind of like mentally tired, I guess.
I feel that. Like I said, I've had no drive all week long, and then just a spout of inspiration to draw something for Falcon and Winter Soldier before the season finale. So I stayed up all night to do. And I'm proud of it and everything, and I'm even more proud of it because of an asshole. Uh, and that's usually the way to go. Because someone commented on it, going, it would look better if you do this. Can you fix it? I'm like, motherfucker, I drew it the way I wanted to. There ain't no fixing to it.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah,
I would have just been like it how this is, but if you would like to draw something and be inspired by my work, you can draw it in your vision. Smile. Just
Mm-hmm,
think,
uh,
mm-hmm,
I looked at his profile. He literally all of his content was, here are my top 2 favorite characters. A copy paste from the wiki of the exact picture of rendition, and that's it. No drawings.
well, then you could be like, this is a good opportunity for you to learn how to draw things the way you would like to see them, friend.
mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm,
do get
mm-hmm.
like constructive criticism, but only like if like the artist asks
Yes,
asks. Like
Only if
I'm
the
always
artist asks.
yes, the artist has to have ask.
but yeah, just don't ever ask an artist to fix something. That's what pissed me off the most.
Yeah, this is Magma Studio, Carver. Artist ass.
We do draw a lot of butts here, so we do have a lot of ass.
I gotta move mine down so poor Code can have room on the canvas. I didn't realize he was so big. Oh God. There we go. There we go. Sorry. I guess because I'm such a tall individual, I just need to. Ah, yeah, bring that skull closer. Very good. They like to be called. No, do not
I,
call the ass a dumper, please. I'm
I
still
I
not
like
over
you did the
dump.
eyes right here at the Skullco. I like the this
Oh no,
effect
your
here.
slug tube's in my sock box.
Thank you.
I don't quite. I was gonna call it mascara, uh, but so now I can only see it as big anime eyes. But it does look cool.
Good old dumpy. No, I still can't get over that dumpy is just a word for butt now. I was fine with like thicker than a bowl of oatmeal or milkshake, but now they're like dump. And
It's
that
all
makes me
about them
think of
trucks.
yeah. No, it makes me think of like dumpsters. Ah, she left. I can't believe my cat would leave like this. Doesn't she understand that she's content? Do they have teeth? They don't have teeth. They're just
Well,
empty.
as the stain, they have 2 teeth.
Yeah, that is true. I'll just draw like this though. Look
Yeah,
at
yeah.
that wide bumpers. Jesus, chest. So
I'm
weird. But yeah, I think of like dumpster, and then I start thinking of dumpster fires, and I'm like, it actually fits. It's fine now.
It works. Yeah. The content comes back around.
Literally, it's from the back. We've come full circle, or as they say, 2 full circles.
Oh shit.
Oh, got him.
Oh, that's a dumper.
What are these Eldritch horrors from? These are actually, so the little sprites in the middle are boss monsters from Binding of Isaac, and we're just like, we're just taking them to the next level of creepy. But and then we also have Cool Inosuke, who definitely would probably be able to take on all these monsters because he's just that strong.
He would definitely start with Bloody Lust too.
Oh my god.
Bloody Lust and Goathead. Godhead, I'm sorry, Godhead. Is it
God.
Godhead or Goathead? Which is
Goathead's the one that lets you have constant devil deals.
yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of because it's a literal goat.
Manri said Inashuk and Tunosuk.
In show.
Oh,
God, Texas speech is not having a good time with that word. I think my cats are fighting, and I hope they're not.
who's winning?
Nobody. Nobody wins when they fight.
Chat, place your bets.
Illegal.
No betting. Community can yeah, apparently Cat won for the community canvas. I'll take a peek at it after I'm done with this doodle. Oh, it's not the cats fighting. There's just people outside screaming. It's fine.
Oh, can we bet on that then?
No, because
Oh.
that would require me to go outside and see how many people are yelling at each other.
True.
I think somebody either has family visiting or somebody new moved into the neighborhood because I've been hearing a lot of kids yelling, and a lot of most of the people in this area are like more older and don't have kids. We're also getting closer to Florida summer, so yeah.
You say that like Florida's not always in summer.
Look, yesterday I actually had to turn off my AC because it was a little chilly and there was no reason for me to have the AC on. It's on now, but it was like what was it yesterday? It got to like 69. The number
Nice.
she said the number. But yeah, I actually turned off the AC and just like let it just be whatever the weather was outside.
Yeah, it's been thankfully fairly cool up here in Georgia, which
It's
makes
gonna
my job a lot easier.
probably gonna get cooler now that it's you guys have had rain.
Probably. I just hope the biggest headache when it rains and storms hard enough for power to go out is that the AC doesn't always come back.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the usual headache that I face right after. And a lot of times we got to be like, well, if we come out there, it might not, it could be a power issue. It might not be us, but we still got to come out no matter what. And they get mad because we can't fix it because an electrician needs to come out there and this, that, and the other, and just fun.
Did I tell you guys last week about me having to take care of my mom's cat?
Mm-mm.
No.
So my mom's cat hates everyone.
I
And
understand.
yeah, and we don't know why. She just is very territorial. Anyway, so whenever I go visit the cat, like if I get too close to her, she'll hiss at me. If I'm like she'll go like get close to me, but if I dare like put a hand near her, she just gets pissed. So I have to feed this cat whenever, my folks go out of town. And the last day that I had to go feed her, she would not, like, I had to go put food in the bowl, and she was just like her face was right on my arm, and she wouldn't move it, and I was so scared that she was just gonna like bite my hand off.
Oh wow.
I was God. She wasn't like hissing or anything, but like I was afraid that if I moved too quickly, she would just be like, "That's it. Your arm is mine."
Out there, like, no fucking sudden movements.
Oh yeah, I was going slow. I was just like, "All right, cat, I'm not making any sudden movements. You don't have to kill me." I feel bad for my mom. She's like, "I don't know how to stop her from being like that. She's mean to everyone."
Yeah, but same though.
Your arms fit to the cause. Yes, my daughter. What? What's the matter? Did you have fun outside? She has run out of lizards to catch, so now she's bringing in frogs, and
Nice.
I I wish she would stop.
But frogs are cool
Nice.
though.
Nice? No.
You're getting
No,
gifts.
I don't want them. I
Well, regift them. Just give them
no.
to a relative you don't like.
Oh my god. Yeah. Thanks, cat. How am I supposed to cover my drink now? I guess I just need to like chug it all, so then that way if it falls, empty.
Chug,
Thanks, cat.
chug, chug, chug.
Presents from the outdoors. Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that. Um, they announced that there was going to be a adaptation of Uzumaki, and has there been any updates on that? I know COVID slowed down the production of it.
I haven't
Not
heard
there.
anything.
Mm.
Mm, Not like I have cable or anything. I'm just, hope that it's on their website or something. I wonder if they like took the let's see, Uzumaki. I wonder if they were like, "Oh, we'll take advantage of the fact that there was a virus and just we won't work on it." Like they took that. Like maybe they realized that it's just too hard to adapt that super detailed line art.
Yeah.
It's hard to mimic his style, especially in animation where you've got stuff moving around. You got people. Let's see. Uzumaki series premiere 2021. It says there's supposed to be 4 episodes? Huh.
How long are the episodes?
I don't know. It just says tell us about this show and it's not out. How can you talk about it?
Tell us about it. I would like to see it.
It might just be stuck in production hell. I wouldn't be surprised if like maybe it just doesn't happen. Hello, cat. I need my arm. Don't do this. Well, they have like a whole cast on here. Like they have all the voice actors. Yo, Okada's on here. Thanks, Okada. I don't see anything about it.
So it turns out that it, polycephalus comes from the condition of having multiple heads. That's where this design
Hmm.
comes from. Hmm.
Hello, my daughter. She is now making it so I cannot reach my mouse, so I must stay on these screens forever.
I mean,
I'll be in Co's channel for the rest of my life now.
You are welcome.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, there's worse channels you could be stuck hanging out in for the rest of your life. I don't remember if this guy. Yeah, he does shoot out tears. So apparently, a lot of the things with the characters that you play as, even though they have different names like Samson and Azazel and Maggie and all that stuff, apparently they are all iterations of Isaac himself. So it's just Isaac in costumes essentially. And even like the monsters are based off Isaac.
Awesome.
People are trying to claim ownership of my channel. That's not how that works.
yeah, the cats already own it.
It's true. They're my managers. I don't really have a say in anything. So the hidden lore is Isaac is living in an underground fringe science lab, and he's the only success. I'd believe it. I could believe it.
One day, Co, I'll figure out how you were able to draw hands so well and just absorb the knowledge.
I'll tell you how. I used to just draw hands.
No, no, no. You gotta have a trick or a secret. No, no.
I
Wash
told
his
you it.
Practice.
hands.
I told you
Practice
it.
is not the answer.
I, for some reason, really enjoyed the form of the hand. And I also really liked the way that they did it in like romantic painting and like Leonardo's sketchbook stuff that he did, where it's all about like the form. And so I used to draw a lot of arms and hands. And that's why I think I almost always start off when I'm just doing like warm up doodle type stuff, I'll draw, like
Co has
a,
a
a
hand
fist
kink
or a hand or
confirmed.
something, or whatever.
Well,
I love Alphonse Mucha's work. I like how he drew. I'm trying to think who was this one. I have to find the book. Go ahead, Clark. What you were saying?
oh, I was just laughing at chat saying that Co has a hand kink confirmed.
From an art perspective.
I always, and I had this bad habit of just like drawing thick sausage hands. They're just big old rectangles. I blame the hamburger helper mascot.
Well, it isn't really that guy. I kind of took inspiration from him.
You're the next stage where he's more mobile.
Instead of being
There, 'cause that's
underground, he runs around on his hands.
there we go. This is the book that I always think of. It's called Force Dynamic Life Drawing.
Mm.
Wait, is this the one? Hang on. There's another. I thought this book was older. There's no way it's only 10 years old. I read this in college. Oh, they made it into a series, but it's not the original author. Okay, hold on.
My guy also is kind of reminiscent of those enemies from Silent Hill 4, I just remembered.
Was that the room?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yeah.
I'd never got to play that one in particular, unfortunately.
There's
I
a
want.
particular enemy in that one. It's a very different Silent Hill.
Oh,
I
I'm
think
fine with it.
2, and 3, it's similar vibes, and then you get to the room, and the room is very different. But there's an
Oh yeah,
enemy in the room that's
yeah.
got like baby heads. It's
I know
huge.
what I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't know, like I know the room wasn't originally started to be a Silent Hill game. That's why it feels so different.
Yeah.
But I kind of liked it. I don't know. I remember like a long time ago I was watching playthroughs and for some reason 4 seemed the most interesting to me.
I was so hyped by the trailers for 4. um
Did they meet your expectations?
I didn't really play it cuz I had trouble getting into it.
It's super slow in the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of Silent Hill games start off kind of like they're setting up the atmosphere.
Yeah. I just
Like,
they they have a vibe, and like 2 and 3 I could super get into. I didn't fully play 1 before, just the vibe never really hooked me. That's where I'm at with it. But that song though,
oh, is it
Lullaby.
the angel sound? I can't remember.
I think it's just called Mother's Lullaby.
I think I know which song you're. Yeah, it had it has a lot of memorable music for me, which
Or
I obviously cannot play on stream.
Song of Mother or something. I don't know. But it was the song they used in the trailer, and good God, so good.
There's some really good Resident Evil or not Resident Evil, Silent Hill music, but I'm pretty sure I would get bopped listening to it. Was it Room of Angel?
Oh, Room of Angel. That does
I'm
sound
just
familiar.
I'm gonna peek a listen to it.
I have been muted
Alright.
Oh,
playing
It has
Silent Hill
vocals,
music.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
If it's the one I'm thinking of,
You can't think of any cat things to draw? All right, I'm gonna give you an idea. So a while back, I took pictures of meme cats. You know, the cat with somebody pointing a knife at them and looking smug. Find one of those meme cats and turn it into an RPG character.
there we go. I just turned this into a middle schooler's book cover.
Here's a lullaby to close your eyes. Oh, is that the lyrics of the song, or is that
Yeah,
you made?
that's the lyrics
Yeah,
of the song. I just
yeah.
wrote them out.
Very nice. Look at all these cool monsters. Oh, yeah, I like how you did the them walking on their hands there. It's like you had like your idea and then you like refined it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
I
sort of.
like
It looks like a progression.
Now,
remember that kid you bullied in high school? Well, look at them now, and then it's this guy. Be careful who you make fun of in high school.
oh,
Community
that's terrible.
canvas. Oh, cat plus color palette.
Yeah, theme.
I mean, it could also be any kind of feline cat, probably.
Yeah, you got lions.
And tigers, but not bears.
They're all
Oh
lovely.
my!
Hang on, I'm gonna go look at it
I
too.
love AGD's little
Squad.
adorableness down here.
You could do alien cats.
Looks like Richie's definitely taking some inspiration outside of the cat zone,
I
which
like
I'm
how
excited to see.
I like how Dab included a photo of themselves.
Oh, look at all the little kitties on the bottom. How cute.
Look at that cat. God damn. Demon cat? Hellcat. That's a cat. Good stuff.
Wait, is that Six's mom's cat?
I understand. All right. Let me see if there's any
Also,
other.
I
Yeah.
just have to say, Six, the book you linked to us, the
Yeah.
cover of it just screams JoJo pose.
Oh dear God.
I mean, it does, doesn't it?
No. I guess I can't connect it to JoJo because I saw this book way before I knew JoJo was a thing. Like if I had seen this now that I know about JoJo, I would be like, yeah, it's totally JoJo pose, but I did not see it.
It any weird
Well,
pose that doesn't make much sense. I just go to JoJo.
well, no, that pose makes sense. That's like it's life drawing. God, I love life drawing books. They're so good. I'm still amused that like my first couple of weeks in college, my mom was like, "So what did you do?" And I said, "Well, a big naked man came in. We had to draw him, and he had a pierced." And she was like, "Oh,
Well,
yeah,
You got a pierced ding dang?
yeah."
ding dang Pierce.
Where is okay? What is the monster on here that could be fun?
That's why I'm sitting there. They do have some what they call the harbingers, which are
Yeah, the harbingers are pretty. I like their new designs. Hang on,
yeah,
let me get a
yeah,
picture
yeah,
of these
yeah. We can,
lads.
yeah, you can get all the harbingers up there. Do
I'll
we
get
want
their
to do the spoiler form of them, or
I mean, if anyone in chat says don't spoil, then I won't paste the picture.
I'm gonna
I
size all my stuff down further, make more room.
Yeah, I'm shrinking my stuff down a bit too.
I will hide my stuff for now,
Yeah,
and
they're
that way
from
I
the
can
new
shrink.
update. I won't link it if you guys don't want to be spoiled. I'll just get I'll get their form that you usually see.
Yeah, they're classic,
Classic. Shrink
which are
to
still
zero.
pretty
Yeah,
good
they're
to read.
solid. They're solid designs. I will cover part of the screen. It's fine. I won't post the spoiler. That's why I asked first. I didn't want to just post it and somebody goes, God, I can't believe 6 ruined Binding of Isaac for me. Oh
God,
God, I forgot they don't have them in like a row. Hang on. I'm sure if I click on like section, basement cellar,
nah,
harbingers. There we go.
yeah.
I got you. Oh, they don't have like pick. Okay, fine. You're gonna make me do this the hard way. Thanks.
Your line work drives me nuts. 6.
I know, right?
You're like a printer.
Well, okay, you're no non-printer yourself. You've got this, you know, d- you two along with Lily's just confidence with just black line art is just scares the crap out of me. Like,
I like the form, like the way you have like the form going on yours, Clark, and I like Co's got like this like bold line. I like you guys are also really good too. So like I don't want to hear none of that. I will compliment you until my face goes blue, and then also offer constructive criticism if you need that.
blue, is that a reference to Binding of Isaac?
Ayo. Why is this guy so much bigger? What the heck?
Because you grabbed the sprite
I did.
and not his versus image.
Well, his sprite looks cooler anyway, so I'm gonna just grab the.
Yeah, but look
I'm
at Death. He's just riding his horse like the Silver
he's
Surfer out
yo,
here.
he's skateboarding. He's doing his thing.
Mm.
He's just skateboarding. This one's Conquest. There's also the headless horse. Like Conquest and the headless one are just kind of like, hey, let's just add more of these guys.
Well, Conquest is actually part of the original interpretation of the Four Horsemen. I think Pest was
It's
Pestilent or Famine
famine, pestilence, war.
Death.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's either Famine or Pestilence wasn't originally a part of it. It was Conquest. But I guess modern interpretation was that Conquest wasn't as cool as the other kids on the block.
One's
So
war.
Sorry.
Is it
Sorry.
this one?
no,
I'm
no,
getting war right now.
no. That one you pointed to. That one is Conquest.
Is what?
Conquest.
Conquest.
Yeah.
Wait,
This was
they've
war.
they've expanded the horseman lore.
No. And yes. No.
No, but yes.
No.
I,
No. Yes.
I had to backtrack on my thought process here, but no.
Because we've
In
got
the original,
D.
yeah, in the original book,
before the
I can't
sequel.
remember. Yeah, before the sequel. The Horsemen were. I gotta look up the original Horsemen now. But Conquest was part of the original Horsemen of.
What's this asshole?
Oh,
This one's
it's
war.
war. Yeah. And then this one's Conquest.
For biblical Four Horsemen. Yep, you have the riding on the white horse was
I think this one's
Conquest. The
Yeah,
red
it's fine.
horse is War.
I don't even know what
The-
starts with an F that would describe one of these.
The black horse is Famine.
This one's. Oh, I guess.
Yeah, the guy
Okay.
Yeah,
he's
that one's
yeah.
Famine. Yeah, I'm just reading the actual thing. The pale horse is Death. So Pestilence was the one that was added, that was changed out instead of Conquest in modern interpretation.
So Conquest was in the Old Testament, and Pestilence was in the New Testament. Who's this?
No.
Who's this prick?
That is the headless horseman.
Headless
that
Horseman.
yeah, that one they just added for fun.
Like, hey, why not? Also,
Famous horsemen
they-
through history. Makes
Old
sense.
Headless. Yeah, where's Horseman?
I actually don't know where they people started bringing in Pestilence instead of Conquest.
Manri said translation.
Oh, was it translation that was the issue? That doesn't surprise me any.
Okay, well, I mean, it's all fanfic anyway. So there's it's New Testament and then another version of the New Testament that added more characters because people were getting bored.
Yes.
All right.
Like in the middle of an anime season, that they added a new character to spice things up. Or it show. These are the Delirium versions. Look like this. They're just all white and look like whiteout. I
Yeah,
mean, you could
yeah,
call it something else, but I'm not gonna.
yeah. Delirium is a character who's very much like whenever you play a fighting game, the one character who like copies everybody else's abilities.
Mm-hmm.
It's that type of boss, if memory serves.
Neat.
Like he copies everybody. I don't know how to spell delirium. There we
I like someone is Jesus a self-insert discuss.
go. Yes.
The Bella Thorne of the biblical world.
I
Oh
like that
wow.
they're all toy horses as well.
Yes. You can actually get the horse as an item, and it allows you to fly and just ram into people. I had that on one of my last runs, and I ran into fire and died, but that's because I'm bad. But it's fine.
Tag yourself. I'm I'll be Conquest because I'm shielding my eyes from chat calling me short.
I I feel like pestilence most days.
Jesus is a isekai where God was born on. Sterlixia. Okay. God, I just love death. It's just so. I
I
think I'll
know.
do. I think I'll do the famine one because then I can have an excuse to make something look really sickly and skinny. I'm famine because I haven't eaten in 36 hours. Cool
Hey,
cat,
Debbie.
go eat.
Eat.
Drawing horrible things.
No, the
Go
reason
get you a sub sandwich from Subway because it's
from
better.
Publix, hit up that Publix sub. Block, we weren't gonna do the spoiler ones because like some people haven't gotten to that point yet. A spoil.
Spoil. Spoil it.
Oh.
We could do the sins next too.
Oh, that's right. They have
As a
sins. Yeah.
yeah. As another
I
set.
want to. You know who I really want to see is. Oh wait, no. I almost said the name of one of the final bosses. No, we can't show it, but it's so cool.
Which one? The part of
The
the
one,
new drop?
the TV thing. I'm not gonna say more.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that one is trippy. I've got to say, as far as end bosses go, that's probably my favorite one
Yeah.
out of the other ones.
My cat is yelling. My cat is yelling in the living room. So if
Hell
you
yeah.
hear her, I'm sorry.
It's just content. I like how War just reminds me of Angry from Inside Out.
Well, it's funny because when he loses, like he goes into second phase and he gets like he gets blown up by his own bombs. He makes like the crying face.
Mm-hmm.
Like look at this big war baby.
Mm.
Six is headless horseman because only 2 brain cells. Yes.
Here's a fun thing that you
Uh-huh.
would enjoy, Co. But and if I remember this wrong, please correct me, Six. But I do believe each time you beat one of these members, they drop a specific item called a cube of meat.
Hmm.
And if you get enough of these, you get your own little super meat boy.
Yeah. Or Band-Aid girl,
Or
depending
bending.
on
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Nice. That is cool.
Maybe the eye's too big. War acts all tough, but he's just a crybaby. I mean, aren't we all? On the inside, aren't we all just big crybabies?
Are we getting Binding of Isaac headcanons from chat now?
Yes. I hate. Stop! It keeps bookmarking this page.
Quit bookmarking it.
I'm trying to not bookmark. But Magma Studios like, but you want a bookmark, and I'm just like, not really.
Not
And I
this
like,
not this page in particular.
I don't know why, but like today didn't feel like it was Saturday.
It did not.
I was just like, wait a minute, where did the week go? What is happening?
You know what I'm just now noticing? That
What?
Binding of Isaac characters have a very large lack of noses.
Yeah. Well, at such a like a lot of the sprites are like super tiny. Like nose detail is probably just like, yeah.
Manri said no noses in the Bible.
Oh, you know what? It's true. There's no noses in the Bible.
Ah, that makes sense.
Adam and Eve, no noses. Eden, no noses.
We only gain noses as a punishment for our sins, so now we have to smell all the bad things.
But wait, 6.
Manri said
Uh,
God said it's easier for a camel to enter the eye of the needle, not the nose of a needle.
I'm sure that's some reference I don't actually understand as a heathen.
That's a common anecdote.
But 6, you said, if we gain the ability to smell
punishment.
as a punishment, does that make COVID not being able to smell the reversal of the punishment?
I don't want to think that way because then people will be like, well, maybe I should get sick then. Like, no, please don't go get
Don't.
sick.
Yeah,
Please.
no. Get vaccinated instead.
I'm still waiting for an opening. It's, I guess, like, I'm in a pretty populated area.
My problem is that everybody around me who's gotten vaccinated's like gotten real sick afterwards, so I'm like kind of scared.
I would just say get it over with and like
Yeah, that's what I'm at.
tell at least tell your boss that you're getting it. They'll probably understand if you need like
Oh
a
yeah,
day or
yeah.
two. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's how we've been doing with people who have been able to actually the uh, uh get the vaccination too. What you got here? Oh,
So there's a chance of everything will smell like burned rotten eggs and dead fish.
burnt rotten eggs and dead fish.
I've been seeing people who were like, I'm being forced to take the vaccine, so I'm going to bring a magnet to see if they put any chip inside. I'm just like, oh my God.
Mm.
This do be wild.
That's fantastic, Manry.
What you got going on over here?
It's a
Kitty.
kitty and
Oh,
a
is that the cat that's like,
yeah,
what's going on over there?
yeah,
What
yeah. He put the picture in the chat. It's adorable.
what the heck are they doing over there? Oh my
In
God,
my
one
little overalls.
What's poppin'?
Manri
Yeah.
said despite my lack of balls, I'm just a cat in some overalls.
Oh God. Cute. Look at that cute cat.
Also, Co, you've been muted. I don't know if you do.
Oh, it's been a long time.
Oh no, were you muted?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought I was just like I was like changing the subject. I'm like, oh God, right. We probably shouldn't mention conspiracy theorists and
No.
5G. Man, I'm just over here like, man, if they got 5G and those vaccines, I could use that for my phone. Come on, man, let's go. Yo,
I am down for that.
I'll be a Wi-Fi hotspot for my friends.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Yeah, stick me full of Wi-Fi. I always feel bad asking if you knew you're muted, Co, because I'm either like either Co knows he's muted and he's talking with somebody and I'm being rude for asking, or he doesn't know and I'm being helpful. What do I
Or
go on this
or
episode?
he's or there's a lot of concentration happening. Because
Yeah.
sometimes you just get into the vibe
Oh, yeah.
of drawing.
That was not the problem this time.
Forgot what famine. Oh yeah, he just basically
I do feel like Famen's probably the one that's probably the most under-designed out of these guys.
yeah, because he has like flies as well, but I don't think like pestilence will like just puke out stuff at you too, like the bombs.
Yeah, the Epicac shots.
Yeah. I think famine is supposed to be like the easier one, so you get an idea for what to expect with them because they all have the two phases. They have the one where they're on their their horsey thing, and then they have the one where you usually fight like their head. In War's case, he's literally running at you.
Very angrily. And to be honest, the most I see of death uh in people's run throughs is usually the Death's Touch.
Death touch.
Hmm. It's a good touch. One thing I do like about Isaac is basically it's like fighting fire with fire. A lot of times you end up getting a lot of the abilities of enemies and bosses. And that's just an aspect I enjoy in games.
I have one family member who's like, man, everywhere we go, it's so quiet, and like we literally went to a restaurant to pick up something, and it was very busy, and I'm like, are you not seeing what I'm seeing? Because there's a lot of people eating here, and it's a Wednesday.
Oof.
Yeah. I think every like depending on your views, it depends on how you see what stage we are with all this. So it's made some family conversations not pleasant.
Yeah. I know the other day we were out to pick up some food in the drive-through, and my brother was like, "Let's get Chick-fil-A." So I was like, "Fine, we'll swing by Chick-fil-A," but the line's long. I'm getting Subway instead. Immediately, the the whole drive-through was literally outside
Oh God.
its area and everything. I looked at them and was just like, I'm getting Subway. I'm so I ain't fucking waiting in this line. It's that absolutely not.
If I get Subway or not Subway, if I'm getting Chick-fil-A, I'm using the app thing and I just sit in the parking lot.
We probably should do that from now on. That's not a
The
bad
only
idea.
bad thing about that is they don't like if you have any kind of rewards. Hold on, I have to scold my chat.
Scold them. My problem is that the drive-through to my Chick-fil-A literally is also the entrance. So if the drive-through's backed up, I can't get into the parking lot to sit and wait. That bad. Why did I erase that? Makes no sense.
All right, they've been scolded.
Much deservingly, I expect.
I have mixed feelings about Chick-fil-A for obvious reasons, but
Mm,
I try really hard to do like separate the art from the artist, but like
sometimes that's hard.
God.
I've never had Chick-fil-A, and mainly for that reason.
To be fair, you're not missing much. It's a chicken
You can
sandwich.
pretty much kind of like make it on your own. Apparently it's just got like pickle juice in it or something.
Manri said separate the sandwich art from the sandwich artist.
Thank you, Subway.
Oh God, yeah, that's right. Subway had like a whole thing too. Ooh,
Yeah,
with Jared. Oh,
I was watching a comedian who was talking about that. It's like, we still refer to him as Jared from Subway. How bad do you got to be to remove Subway from people's minds as from your resume? Like Jesus, he's got a point.
there are other places to get chicken tender sandwiches like Publix. You guys just go to your local Publix, and if there's not one in your state, you just go to a state that has it. That's the big brain move right there. Just just hop on a plane. And if you're not in the States, then you probably don't want to come over here because some people don't take COVID seriously. Anyway, my guy's looking more like Jack Skellington crossed with Slender Man, and I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm gonna keep going with it.
I think it looks badass. I like the head sculpt.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Isaac down here looking up at him like, oh my god, why is this in my basement? Oh my god, he traded his 6-inch to get a foot.
Oh god. I mean, they're not wrong though.
I am sad though because the village inn that was close by that I would go to with one of my old coworker buddies has closed down. Like my mom and I were gonna have breakfast there one day, and it's like, nope, it's gone.
It's gone. No more for you.
Yeah, pancake. I don't think I've ever had Popeyes before.
I haven't either, actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't mind Burger King's chicken. Again, I eat a lot of Burger King, just normally. Popeyes is not worth it. Oof.
I like Canes.
I never
Who?
had Canes.
I have never heard of Cane's.
I don't think they have them over here.
Hey, it might be a regional thing.
Yeah, I've heard about them on like Good Mythical Morning and stuff like that, but I've never seen one out in the wilds. It's like a White Castle. I've never seen one.
I've heard White Castle is just like kind of meh, but it's good for like munchy vibe, like munchies late at night.
Yeah, from what I understand, they're the exact same as Crystal.
Ah,
Same, like the same platter and everything.
do you guys have Steak and Shakes in your
Ye-
neck of Steak and Shake?
Yeah, yeah. I got one
I
near me. I like their shake. I
I
haven't
haven't
had
been
their steaks, but
I haven't been to one in a long time, but I remember like the hamburgers are pretty solid. Like they're not like oh my god amazing, but if you just want like a decent burger, it's fine.
and they're open 24 hours. At least
I
they
don't
were.
know if they still are though,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of like
yeah.
a lot of places are no longer 24
You're right.
24 hours.
They probably aren't. I haven't been to one since before the
The
before
before
times.
times. Yeah. KFC is your guilty pleasure after Taco Bell. Well, Masi, you would hate to be anywhere near me because I have a Taco Bell that is merged with a KFC. So
Ah,
you would, yeah, it used to be Kentucky Hut. They used to have Pizza Hut as part of the equation, and I guess they said, "Nah, Pizza Hut, you're not cool. Stick with us anymore." And they made a freaking pizza taco like after they split, and they just became Kentucky Hut.
yeah. We used to have one around here, but in fact, that whole place had shut down well forever ago, and now a Del Taco occupies the space.
Adele Taco.
Mm-hmm.
That was a smart move on her part after the career, you know?
I was gonna say,
Sorry.
rolling in the deep pockets full of money.
Uh, a Chipotle recently opened up, and I'm not impressed with Chipotle. I hate to say it.
I think they get like they're okay, but I think the problem is um
Manri said trash.
Good. I'm not the
Draish.
only one that has these opinions.
People get like they overhype things and then you try it and you're like, I mean, it's fine. It's like not amazing.
It was very dry. I had their quesadillas, and those quesadillas are like my favorite thing, but it was just very dry. I'm like,
I get their carnitas and it's usually okay. But I haven't had you want to shove Culver's in your face? Don't talk to me about Culver's. I wanted to get some yesterday because they had my favorite one of my favorite ice creams of the day, but I'm dieting, so I said no. Be strong.
oh, that reminds me. Remember last week when I said I was going to be very upset if the Powerpuff Girls show shooting causes me not to get my chicken Alfredo? Yeah,
Mhm.
it
Yeah.
caused me not to have my chicken Alfredo, so I'm
Oh
boycotting
no.
the show
Your
now.
your villain story has just
Yep,
begun.
yep.
Village and Ors horror or villain origin story. I was saying horror story for some reason. I'm like, well, technically, yeah, that too.
It will be until I get my chicken Alfredo. It'll be a horror story.
Chicken Alfredo.
No, it's good chicken Alfredo too.
My stepdad has to do this diet thing because he's having a surgery, and my mom was like, "I know you're trying to diet too. Do you want to join us?" And I was like, "No," because they're doing this like he can't have any kind of grains, and no yogurt, like, and he can only have like seafood meat.
Mm.
Yeah.
Manri said everyone is chicken afredo of chicken Alfredo.
That's that theme song.
A Chipotle and Starbucks mixed in the same building where you live. That's a pretty dangerous combo for some folks.
I've never had Starbucks, nor do
Eh,
I. Nor
yeah,
do I
there's
have yeah.
the intentions are the desire to have it.
Yeah.
It's glorified milkshakes. but watery.
Yeah,
Like, they're
and
fine, like, if you're, like, you really want, like, a cold, sweet, like, drink or something, that's what their fraps are. I mean, like, once in a while, I'll have some because I just get, like, the craving for it from when I used to work at my old job. But yeah, you're not really missing too much. Yeah, Culver's is basically a different version of Dairy Queen, but instead of ice cream, they have frozen custard, which basically tastes like ice cream. I really can't tell the difference.
yeah, no, I can't either. It's basically the same. It's good though.
They're okay. Like, if I go there, it's not for the burgers, it's for the custard because they have limited what do you call it, custard, where like they have a cheesecake custard and it only comes out like once a month. So if you miss it, sucks to be you.
I like when I go to Dairy Queen the Royal Rocky Road Blizzard because it's got milk, it's got marshmallows in the middle.
Oh god, I
Yeah.
thought you said lizard, and I was just like, oh, what?
Oh, yeah,
N-
the Rocky Road Lizard. You know, they just let it
no,
come out, and a cat comes
no.
by
Oh
and takes it down to
god.
Florida occasionally.
Uh,
My own
much.
is upsetting to me.
I
I
c-
I I like you. He looks like he's just like
he's
I don't.
crouched in a corner. You go into a dark room, the lights flicker, you just see it in the corner. It's whispering.
I'm just trying to describe the feeling of what his expression is, and it's several feelings at once, and I can't describe it. So I think that's pretty good.
He
It
has
is
the look
not. It
of
is nothing.
not being able to express, which is worse, I think.
I think part of it is like it's like you're trying to figure out an expression and you're like looking at his body language as well. Like he's hunched over, like you think maybe he's scared or something, but he's also looks like he's like delicately touching his
Right.
horse pole
I
there.
would describe it as manipulating.
Yeah, you
It
know
kind
what?
of gives me
Smeagol.
Gollum vibe. Yeah,
Yeah.
Smeagol. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Crouch.
He
My
is the
precious
apprentice.
Isaac, you come here,
We
my
hate the Isaacses.
lord.
We hate them. I
Henry,
like
I
it.
like your addition to your cat.
Aw.
Comes off.
What was on it?
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Mary's just in a Demon Slayer mood, I see.
I'm just gonna.
Clark said Inashuk Katsuke.
Nice.
Inosuke Katsuke.
All right, time for the sins.
The Sims.
Yes. Oh God, imagine if there was a Binding of Isaac pack for the Sims. That'd be something.
Oh, is there no wait, is I horizontal flip. Is there not? Am I losing my mind?
H.
Yeah.
No, for like the picture, not the canvas.
Oh,
Oh, I don't think so.
That's fine. Don't quote me out of context. I see you there.
there must be a way to flip a layer.
That's
Probably
okay.
with the transform. Yeah.
He'll just be vibing all cool over here.
Why does he turn upside down if you do that? Oh. Oh well.
Yep.
Let's make him a little
Now,
smaller then.
now six with the Sims. I do believe we can do both forms
Yeah,
because
because the
there's no, yeah, there's no nothing new.
no spoilers for them, so we can do
We can do the
um
Super Sins.
super sins. Let me do that. There you go.
Which is
Nice.
funny. They've specifically added more horsemen, but there's actually two more sins, and they've never added them. That's interesting.
Which ones did they not add? Let's see.
Uh,
They have lust.
there's
They have glut. No, do they have, yeah, they have gluttony.
there is well there are two that aren't considered part of the seven deadly sins anymore. It was. Let me see. I know it was. Oh yes, Vainglory, and I'm gonna make TTS pronounce this.
Clark
Acidia.
said
Vanity?
acedia.
Acidia. Yeah, that's Acidia is the neglect to take care of something, and of course, vainglory is just vanity. But surprisingly, they never put those into Binding of Isaac.
Let me get pictures of these Lados. All right.
I have to when it comes to my creepiness, it comes from two sources. One is Junji Ito,
Mm-hmm.
and then the other is good old the original Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. Those
Yeah.
drawings are
Yeah.
just like mm, look at that.
Oh, I remember these. I'm surprised they just let us like read these as kids.
Yeah, this illustrator was off the fucking chain, and this was the kind of look at. Hold on. Let me give you the hits, right? Like,
Like,
look at
lay them on me.
this drawing. Fucking hell, right?
Yeah.
That's so good.
Some God, I love it.
Or how about? Oh, this corpse. This always stuck in my mind. Jesus Christ, it still gets me. With
For
the dead
kids.
flowers. Yeah, this was kids' books.
For kids.
Yes.
No, you pick
Yeah.
this up right next to the Magic Tree House. You
Yeah.
know,
It was next to How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah.
Well,
As one
it said what it was on the cover, though. Of course. I mean, it
oh, now
wasn't.
you're just.
I mean, like,
cheated.
let me hold on. Yeah, these were the books right here. Hold on. So like they had the drawings right on the front of the cover. It wasn't like it was a secret.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I remember that clown one always freaked me out. Something about it.
I just
Also, the
love
shit.
how the style of it is just like don't give a fuck. Like, oh my god, this horse. Oh, I forgot about this horse. Look at this fucking horse.
I am prepared. Oh yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
And you can see where like this shit infected me for sure because there's the like crazy lines and the
Mm-hmm.
non-adherence to forms.
Mm-hmm.
It's very
Talking
much
about
chaos.
Yeah, and the ability to like turn something that everyone knows normally into something that is just completely crazy.
Oh yeah. Like how about
what?
this cute doggy? Doggy?
I'm
Doggy
afraid.
doggy.
Oh, what an
Oh
adorable pup!
yeah,
Just a
yeah.
Oh,
normal
What we
doggy.
it's a
yeah.
good thing he's got a leash on. You know, we don't want to go against that leash law.
Hmm.
I love how they keep it unsettling because it's like it just basically disobeys the laws of what our eyes are used to seeing, and you're like it has the form of something you're used to, but also it doesn't look quite right. It's like those AI generated images that go around every now and then where it's like there's like a picture of a room, but it doesn't look like a room and it looks like there's stuff in there, but there isn't.
Yeah.
And six, that's not the ultra greed, you know. You got to
Uh,
flip it.
That's a better picture.
Yeah, but you need the one of his butt.
I was looking for it. You spoiled it.
I also appreciate that uh, everyone got mad when they switched to illustrators when they reissued the books. Makes me happy.
Oh, they changed the artist?
They did, and I mean, I don't know why, but it's probably because it's so nightmarish. Like there's a story called The Walk. Look at these two illustrations and tell me which one looks like a scarier story.
Oh, definitely the first one.
Yeah. Look how perfect the one on the left is. Those two shapes, they're not even trying to look like people, but they give you this vague impression of like,
There's
oh,
something out there.
that
There's
yeah, that one on
something
the
out there, and
left
you
gives
do
me
not want
goosebumps.
to see.
You know
Yeah.
what else too is that they knew better how to play with the grayscale
Uh-huh.
than the one on yeah, like the one on the other side is just like a lot darker, and the other one like they
They had fading in and out. It was
God, I forgot. I looked up greed and I forgot that like 5 years ago I drew a gif of greed's smacking the other greed's butt because of that freaking greedier guy.
that's exactly what I remembered.
The hook or the butt smacking?
The butt smacking. I won't lie, but the one on the right, I thought it was a shower head at first.
It
Like
does
I
look
was
like a
not.
shower head.
Oh, it's a shower head. The other one looks like a hook.
Well, I appreciate that this one is a great comparison because it shows how the original illustrator managed to take even something as mundane as this, just a hook that's like was attached to something, and turns that into as creepy as that could possibly be.
Uh, like I can see that.
The one on the
I can
right's very
imagine that.
literal.
Yeah, but what I can imagine is that the one on the left was definitely there was a reference being made, or there was a reference sitting there. The other one looked like it came from just off the top of their head. Like, yeah, this is how I want it to look.
Well, the reference for the second one was probably here's the original drawing. Now don't
Well,
give children nightmares.
well, true. You do have a point.
All right. There's the link. They wanted to see the greed butt smacking. It's a gif. Anyway, all right. Let
Gonna
me get.
have a community board moment while you get the
Yeah, that's what I was
images
thinking.
together.
Ooh, Art Tech. I like the way you made a Savannah Pride here. I like that. And Richie's Demon Kitty coming along very nicely. And AJD's fantastic bucket or just pile of cats. Tag yourself. I'm the one on the bottom with the tongue out.
I like the teal one. Teal is also like my favorite colors. Look at all these cute babies. They're so cute.
Yeah,
I love it.
adorable.
Wait, yo, why is this cat got a gun? That's a what? Who gave that cat a gun?
That's Stav.
You really out here writing these nuts on the community canvas, huh?
Is that cat language above their heads?
I I guess I didn't know cats had a language. Is this a reference to warrior cats? I never I never read the warrior cats thing. That was not part of my
That
realm.
that's a dumper.
I can't believe you said dumper.
So we're picking a sin, huh? They don't have a lot going on.
No,
Oh, and
these
this is
are
their super version. The first form is even less going on.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
these are more like mini bosses. They're
Yeah.
they're never like the end of a floor boss.
Mm.
Except for Greed. They decided they wanted to go ham on Greed, and they gave him his whole update and mode where he became a big, thick boy.
He does look cool. I
This
assume that's him down here.
yeah,
He,
this Yeah, this is their how they look like the first time you fight them. So they're very simple.
Mm.
Yeah, if I can remember how they work, Envy, uh, as you attack him more, his head splits, and they just become all these projectiles up until a certain point where you finally kill the last, the smallest form of them.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not careful, you just have a whole room filled of just projectiles of this man's tiny face attacking you. Uh, Gluttony can shoot a beam out of its belly, and
Mm.
I think Super Gluttony can fire it like from the front and the back. Wrath is Bomberman.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Pride has these weird tentacles that fire out. Lust follows you around and has poison touch. Uh, Greed beats the shit out of you and takes your lunch money.
Mm-hmm.
And Sloth is basically a reskinned version of standard enemies because Sloth is lazy.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then Greedier has a nice ass.
Mm.
And I
Quality
do
dumper.
believe that. Yep.
Oh my god. Alright. Oops. Apparently I'm on the wrong layer.
Always.
Imagine being on the right layer. There
I
we go.
don't know what a layer or what the correct layer is.
I fixed it, don't worry.
I know what one I'm doing.
That butt, you gonna draw that dumper?
No, ma'am. I'm doing Wrath.
Oh, nice. Which one are
Well,
you doing? Cleric.
I was gonna go Wrath, but I want to see what Co does, so I'm going to let me think here.
Oh, bye, Mary.
Bye, Manry. Manry, a
Get,
tired boy.
get some rest, friendo.
Manry said a bow.
A bo.
Oh, bye, yo.
Have a good
A
night,
bo.
Manry.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thanks for
hanging with
joining us.
us.
Yeah. And thank you for the Inosuke.
Oh, yes. Very good.
Yeah. I think I will do. I think I'll do Gluttony.
I'll do less then. I was thinking either gluttony or lust. I'll go with the lust then. Let's see if I can make her or it look sexy, scary.
She revealed her
'Cause-
hand by accident.
Oh,
Freudian
no.
slip. She's gonna
I'm
draw
gonna try.
the scary booba.
Booba.
I'm gonna try and make a gluttonier.
Actually, my cats are back to running around and fighting each other. They don't let me have a break. Oh, okay. I think they've stopped. They probably haven't, but I'm hoping that they did.
Never.
Yep, they're still at it. Imagine animals deciding to cause chaos while you're streaming. Crazy.
Never.
Ever.
Do the whole.
Are you gonna do a Rob Liefeld design over there?
Oh God. I'm gonna try to do like weird anatomy with it. Ah, jeez, cat. Hello.
Suddenly feline.
I think of creepy, sexy. I think of the bobblehead nurses
Bobblehead
Bobblehead.
nurses.
from I think it's Silent Hill.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
those
they
nurses.
they have their yeah. Wasn't it from? I think it was from the one.
2.
Yeah, where the guy is like his wife was sick. Yeah,
James.
Yeah,
Jane.
James Sutherland.
Yeah, and God, and I made the mistake of reading the wiki and learning about what some of the monsters mean, like the bed
Mhm.
one, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, it's
Mm,
mostly like sexual.
Oh yeah, that whole game is like his hell for his sexuality.
Yeah.
True horny jail.
Yep. That's what makes it really good though, because it's so woven around the character and
Mhm.
his plight.
Yeah, and the things that he did and
Yep.
felt. Yeah. I feel like it's like I don't want to spoil, but the game is also old.
I think there's a statute of limitations. You're probably safe.
He was cheating on her
Yeah. Yeah.
while she was sick.
He was.
He
And
was like,
dying.
yeah, she was dying, and he was just horny, and she was like super ill. Shocking. Silent Hill 3.
2.
2
2, sorry. 3
Yep.
was
Heather
Was
Robert.
Heather.
Mason.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, 2 is almost entirely like a giant manifestation of guilt.
Yeah.
But there's a dog ending, so just focus on the dog ending if that makes you uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, the dog ending. It's fine. There's no sad. Only
Ugh.
doggo. I think I have a base idea for what I want to do with this. Shrink down a little.
I do feel like Downpour kind of fell flat on that. It didn't feel as tailored to the characters as the other ones.
Is that the one with the guy that is in a like a semi truck and he ends up at the prison or something?
No, that's
No.
Homecoming or whatever.
I heard that one was
Or I can't
kind of
remember.
eh.
I dipped very early because for me, I was all about Team Silent, and those
Mm,
games started coming out like when Konami was like not giving a fuck anymore and dismantling their original teams and
hmm I know a
Mm.
lot of people were super upset about PT not coming out.
oh well, yeah, 'cause PT's fucking incredible.
Yeah, that was like I know it's like like it's shorter, but like it was a teaser for what could have been.
Yeah, I still have PT on my PS4.
Where it will stay forever and never be deleted.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you can't download it anymore. They took it off.
Yep.
Yeah. What like is there like no way to save like a copy to like a thumb drive or something?
No, not that I know of.
Oh,
It's basically if you had it downloaded, you got it. But if you delete it, you can't get it back. It's gone.
whew. Guess you'll have that PS4 the rest of your life.
That's the idea.
And Silent Hills or just be silent forever. I've given up hope on them ever going back to that idea.
Silent Hills or yeah, PT?
Yeah, well, it was going to be called Silent Hills,
Yeah.
Um,
but
I think
But they
there was
can't.
actually some talk of
yeah, well, there's always some talk, and I don't
right,
usually put
yeah.
much stock in that.
No, that's true, yeah. That's the right view to take.
I remember when the Silent Hill 1 remake came out. What was that one? Frozen Memories or something?
Yeah, Shattered Memories, I think.
Maybe.
Well, we're in the ballpark.
All I,
Someone in
I
chat knows.
all I remember was like this was like during the phase when I was like really into watching videos about like I didn't want to ever play it because it's like I that's not my kind of game to play, but I love watching it because I kind of have like a thing for I like horror movies every now and then. So like a video game is essentially a horror movie. It's just that you're taking part in making the story progress.
Yeah,
And I remember they were saying how in this game you basically don't really get a weapon. It's all you trying to just survive and you're hiding more. You're trying to distract them more. I thought that was terrifying because, like, in the original, you got a gun. You could shoot them and, you know, try
I
and save
do.
yourself.
I do think games are more interesting when, or at least horror games, when you don't really have a method to kill the creature or really fight
Yeah.
back all that much. It definitely gives credence to the creature being just this otherworldly thing.
That's where Amnesia got its
Hmm.
quality from, is the fact that you just had a lantern, and that's it. You didn't have any means of fighting or anything like that.
You had a lantern and a diminishing sanity meter.
Hmm.
I remember this video I watched that said like a lot of horror games don't manage to retain the horror simply because in the beginning you're helpless and you're trying to survive, and over time you get like guns and stuff to protect yourself, so like there's still shock like when a monster shows up, but there's not like you now have a means to make it disappear.
Right.
Yeah. Which is kind of the way I feel a little bit about Resident Evil 7, is that the beginning of the game was creepy and spooky, and yeah, you could fend off things for a little bit, and then you got to a point where you're carrying machine guns, and it's like, okay, all right, it's an action game now.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's always been Resident Evil, though.
Yeah, yeah, and that's sort of why I chalked it up to, is that it's like, well, they did their scare moments. Now it's time to just fill things up with bullets.
See, now they've screwed themselves because big mommy vampire milkers, there will be no fear. It will just be, oh my god, finally she's here. Big vampire wifey. I'm just like, oh no. They don't know the horny they've created.
Oh yes, they do.
Yeah.
Oh yes, they do. They
Her boobs are gonna be eyeballs.
they sponsored a video of somebody analyzing scientifically the force, like if she stepped on you. So Capcom is
Thank
sitting back
God.
going like, "Uh-huh.
The-
Yes,
And
we will allow this."
and
oh
I've
my
seen
God.
on TikTok of a particularly well uh, uh, well endowed woman, was they were sponsored by Capcom to cosplay big mommy
I think
milker
I know.
vampire.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah, and like I said, they know full well the power they have right now, and
They're gonna sell so many copies of that game just for Yeah, I wonder if they're like still working on it and they saw the reaction people had to her and they're like, all right, we need to give her a bigger plot and story.
they're
And
bigger plot.
yeah, someone says our horny will suppress our fear. God.
Which I am going to be getting the game because I've been enjoying what they've been doing recently. So
Oh yeah. They've been absolutely destroying it with like Resident Evil Remake 2 or Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake. 7, in my opinion, was extremely solid.
oh yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
it was a Resident Evil experience through and through, but first person. I played it in VR, so for me I
I
had perhaps a little bit of a different experience.
you definitely had a different experience than I did, but that's because you did certain things I didn't, so it changed your experience. So that was fascinating to me, because I never got my hand cut off with the chainsaw.
What? How? I figured that was part of that was just plot.
No,
No?
no, no. I never got my hand cut off on the chainsaw. It, yeah, it was not a part. And apparently, you can also get it cut off again at a different point. And when you poured the healing juice on you, it would you could get it reattached that way. And that was part of
Hmm.
the led to a theory that Ethan was also infected. So it's you had a different experience than I did, and I thought that was fantastic for a Resident Evil game,
For sure.
especially in the
Yeah.
modern era.
That is awesome.
Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. Which is why I'm very excited for this the next bit of Ethan's story.
Oh yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
think they were actually going to continue with him. I thought he was going to be a one and done protagonist.
I pre-ordered that shit.
Did are they coming out with a big titty mummy maker statue? Did you get that too?
No.
Oh, and sell that pre-order back. Gosh, what's the point of pre-ordering if you don't get a big
Right now I feel
anime
ripped
waifu
off.
statue?
I feel bad for Ethan because we keep saying, like, I want to see Ethan's story, and Ethan's probably like on the community
Oh,
campus, like, what?
yeah, Ethan.
Tell us your
Where's your
story.
story? Yeah.
I think I've maybe taken mine as far as I can go before ruining it. Not sure.
Oh, I'm gonna say something. You're gonna hate this code, but he looks kind of sus.
Oh my god.
I do love the design though. I always thought he was in a spacesuit too, or a racetrack suit, or a big thick suit. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm gonna come over here and look at this weird looking bobblehead
Slut.
nurse.
It's Lust.
Yeah.
A Lust that has no genitalia. So you heard me. It's just it's a
Wise.
thing. Yeah.
Well,
It's
Clark
nothing.
handled that for you.
What?
Oh,
What'd you do, Clark?
what I do?
What did you do?
I don't know.
Okay, go back to your spot.
Okay.
All right. Stay over there.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
go
want you
to
coming
my.
over here and putting bikinis on my monstrosities
I
here.
was. I guess I'm coming over here to my gluttony here.
I'll be real though. Like, I love space horror, and I hate that Among Us has permanently ruined space horror for all
Aw.
time, forever.
It's even horror though. Like it's just
Nah, but
like
they did that simple little space character thing, and so if you do a spacesuit of any kind, you're just fucked.
Yeah.
You're screwed.
It's the same problem that Minecraft did to anything that was voxel based.
I'm a huge fan of that Who Turned Out the Lights episode. What were they called? The Varashta whatever.
what?
I don't know.
Doctor Who.
Oh, we
Oh,
Oh, I've never seen Doctor Who. I feel like just saying that people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, six, why?"
don't feel bad, Six. I too have not seen any Doctor Who.
Vashta Narada, yeah.
The most of Doctor Who that I have been exposed to is Kurt's Minecraft stream.
I'm debating on whether I should spoil that episode for you to explain
Yeah, go ahead.
why I
don't
I will
like
mind
it.
not
it.
watch it. So go
Ah.
ahead.
Well, I'll try to mush it down into an easy explanation. They were on what you might call like a galactic library or something. It was a planet. The entire planet is a library. And there was this group of people. They got there with spacesuits on. And these spacesuits had little communicators on. And it came out at some point during whatever was happening that the little communicator, the way it works, it can keep a little bit of a echo. So if someone dies in their suit,
Oh,
it may still talk. It has like a little
God.
copy of them that fades out.
Oh.
So anyway, somebody did die, obviously, and it becomes this sort of survival adventure because there's this thing called like Vashta Narada. It's essentially like shadows. So you have to stay out of the shadows. You could imagine it like a swarm of black darkness, and it just completely disintegrates something like piranhas. So it's the type of thing where it goes over and then just leaves bones.
Everlasting darkness.
And so the group is trying to achieve what they were there to achieve. Anyway,
one of them has their spacesuit on, they have their helmet on, and you can't see through their visor. And he says, "Hey, who turned out the lights?" And they answer him. And they're like, "The lights are
Oh.
on. What's going on?" He goes, "Hey, who turned out the lights?" And he just keeps saying that, and they turn the light on in his helmet, and it's just Skull.
Oh,
Oh.
And so they all take off, and there's just this spacesuit with a skeleton in it following them around, saying, "Hey, who turned off the lights?" It's very good.
oh, that's creepy. I will eventually watch Doctor Who, and I'll get to that episode. Go, oh, this is the one Go was talking about. Eventually, one day.
I hold that episode in high regard. I don't love all of Doctor Who. Doctor Who is such a mixed bag. My God. It ranges anywhere from B movie to high sci-fi, depending on like who wrote the episode and how people were feeling that day or whatever. I don't know. But occasionally it hits some fucking high notes for me. And occasionally it makes me want to turn it off and never watch it ever again. So that's Doctor Who.
Wow. Okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, here we go. Let me see here. Yeah.
I'll give that a watch later.
Oh, it's Kilgrave.
God, I love this scene. It's so good. Oh yeah, Are You My Mummy? That was a great episode as well.
All I ever know about um Doctor Who is the don't blink thing.
Oh well, that's probably the penultimate episode.
Mm.
The original one
And
before they started milking the concept really hard.
Oh no, they did. Oof. Hey, this is a thing that people really like. Let's keep just getting more out of it. More mileage.
Pretty much. The original one though was like that was a stellar episode. It was so good. Yeah, Don't Blink
and
was the first Angels episode. It wasn't just
see,
the idea behind the Angels either. It was the whole episode was well done. Like the way that the doctor is hardly even involved in the episode. So it's like it's an episode that's more about timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff than really the cool monster concept. It just so happened that the cool monster concept was really cool.
the only things I really remember are that that actor because he has played in other things. The one
David
who played
Tennant.
in that, yeah, that's his name. The Weeping Angels, and then the trash can looking robots.
Oh God, I fucking hate the Daleks. Every time the Daleks are on screen, it makes me go, maybe I should never watch Doctor Who again.
And as much as I've seen gifs of those Daleks, I imagine that's very often.
I hate their stupid dumb voice. I hate the way they stupid dumb look.
Maybe we need to do a night where we redesign Doctor Who characters
You,
or
you can't
entities.
save the Daleks. They're not rescuable. But apart from that, yeah, sure.
The other
We
ones are
used
fine.
we used to have at the library. We used to have Super Hulock Day, where
Oh, I love that.
yeah. So like I had watched a bit of Supernatural, so I could go, okay, I can contribute with that at least. But like the majority of it was for Doctor Who, and I had no idea about anything with that show. So people would come up to me and they'd be like, um, "Hey, what's your favorite Doctor Who episode?" And I would be like, "Oh, the one that has the Doctor in it." I didn't know, man. I'm just
You should have went the one where they say "live long and prosper." And
oh my
Chewie went,
god.
"Arr."
How do you, when you paste something, how do you have a layer in a layer? What's going on here, Magma?
Wait, a layer with oh, it's
Oh,
always
yeah,
like that. Yeah, it's weird.
I
yeah, it's
want
very
to
weird.
combine them. I don't want this. This is terrible what's happened.
Wait, what are you trying to do?
It's not one
Wait, are you trying
drawing.
to merge them?
It's not two layers. Look, okay. This
Okay,
the spaceman,
yeah,
I
yeah,
cut the arm,
yeah,
I pasted the arm, and I
yeah,
resized the arm. And
yeah.
it's all on one layer. But no matter what I do, no matter whether I switch tools or what, like here's the move tool. What the fuck? It's how can that possibly be? This is terrible.
Oh, it does that with like anytime you paste something, you gotta like draw like a random line to make it go away.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then I think now you should be able. Is that
Lordy
okay?
Lord.
Isn't that
Oh
yeah?
my
It's
god.
weird.
And if you undo that line, it goes back to being
Yeah,
separate. Oh
it's
my god.
a
I'm
little
sorry, but
strange.
That's bonkers.
that's laughably bad. I'm sorry. Ugh. Anyway, I'm pleased with my spaceman now. I'm done with him.
Yeah, I'm almost done with mine. I'm just trying to draw the hand.
She looks great.
Oh, thank you. I'll zoom out in a second, see everyone else's, and we can go peek over at the see what the community is up to. Actually, I'll take a look. Let me see everyone's now. Yeah, like here, I like how like it looks like he could be like trying to get his mask thing off, or he's doing like a diabolical speech.
Yeah, either or.
I love how you did the cracks in the visor.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
which makes sense because he blows himself up with his own bombs all the time, and that's pretty much one way you can defeat him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Bummer, man.
Does your I'm trying to figure, does he just have a big old butt behind him, or is that his
Yeah,
arm?
yeah. No,
Where are
That's
his arms?
his arms. See, look, this is gluttony. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, if regular gluttony shoots a beam out forward, and super gluttony shoots it out forward and backwards, then gluttonier has to shoot it out forward, backwards,
Gluttony.
and side to side. So in order to do that, he doesn't need arms. Why do you need arms when you have blood lasers?
And apparently also you just get that big butt. You get
Oh yeah,
that dumpy.
That's
When you go
the
into
next phase.
the
Yeah.
when you go into your mega form, you just get that dumpy. I see.
And he's got little people that he's eating that are trying to get out.
We yeah, you should imagine if Ko did like illustration like the new illustrations for scary stories to tell in the dark. Like, look here. These horrified me in my childhood. These new ones, it ain't doing it. You gotta scare these kids. Absolutely like crapless. Like, look at this. Amateurs. Go in there and show them how it's done. I wonder if like either maybe the original artist maybe passed away, or they were just like not
Licensing, maybe.
maybe. Because
I.
those books are old. They're not.
Oh yeah, they're very old. I. I don't feel like I come anywhere near to that level.
Well, Co, I appreciate your opinion on that, but you're wrong.
No, I'm
Uh,
definitely right on that. I know.
yeah,
I know I'm right on that. He's 78 years old.
Oh, he's alive still. We should.
He is alive.
Time to
well,
email him and be like, Hey, why did they replace your art?
6, we just said 78 years old.
Yeah. He's
You think
left.
he's gonna answer an email?
You don't know. Look, not everybody who's 70 doesn't know how a computer works.
I have issues with people who are 20 who don't know how to computer work.
Well, yeah, he could be like the guy who's like, yeah, the computer works. Listen here, kid. I'm drawing creepy drawings on my tablet now. You think I don't know how to use a computer?
He's over here. He's got a DeviantArt account.
His
No,
name
God.
was Stephen, or is, sorry, Stephen Gamble.
Demko, you trying to put him in the grave already?
No.
No.
And
I wonder if he has a website. What's his name again?
Stephen Gammell, Gammell. I guess he was a freelance illustrator, and this must have just been a job he got. On the 30th release, book publisher replaced Gammel's illustrations with a restrained and less macabre version created by Brett Hellquist.
Cowards.
Sorry, Brett.
Cowards.
Much to fans' dismay.
Ha!
After a lasting uproar over the new edition, the publisher relented and restored Gammel's most terrifying creations. Poor Brett. I feel bad now. I mean, I
He works
agree.
daily in this. He works daily in a studio located over a restaurant.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
It just
they live in Minnesota.
it has to suck to have been that other artist.
Oh yeah. It always sucks to be the number 2 guy, and just get pushed right on out.
Yeah, it
What
looks
was
like
the?
it looks like the website is it Dark Art and Craft, or is this just a
I think it's just a collection of it. Oh wait, the site has way more pictures. Hold on.
I think this is a
Look at-
generalized blog.
It's a general. Yeah, it's not. I don't think he has a website. That's what I was trying to find. But the second link has a lot more of his art on there and stuff I don't even remember seeing when I was younger. Like the oh, which one was it? This one here.
What was the guy's name of the one that they tried to replace him with?
Brett's. Sorry, I went away from the page. It was Brett Hellquist.
He's even got hell in his name, and he can't make it creepier. Poor guy. He's not living up to his name. He drew feet truly ahead of his time.
Hillcrest, not Hell. Hill.
Oh,
Excuse me, hills are scary. The hills have eyes, and there's also Silent Hill. Come on, man. We just talked about this. He's not living up to his full potential. He needs to change
I
his
cannot
name.
find anything about this guy.
Maybe he changed his name because people were like, "Yo, why did you draw the pictures? I like the old ones." Maybe he changed his name because he didn't want people bothering him about it.
there's a fucking tripod website about Stephen. Welcome to my children's literature final. I have decided to build a website. And it's dedicated completely to Stephen Gamble.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is somebody's little fan site on tripod. I wonder how old this is.
God, those days. I'm surprised those sites are still around.
Oh god, yeah, this is before CSS. Font.
Oh my god.
There's
Does it
font
have,
tags.
does it have a visitor counter at the bottom? Please tell me it does.
No.
Oh,
Incredibly.
man. Sucks. I remember there was a site called Homestead, and I used to love it because I was very bad at like learning HTML. And it was literally like you drag and drop elements to make a website. It was so bad. People were like, if this is your website, I'm not touching your spaghetti code.
Oh, Hillquest actually was the artist for a series of unfortunate events.
Oh. So they
So
were
he,
like, oh, yeah.
yeah, he he moved on, and where one thing didn't go well, he did go to go elsewhere, and
I
he did a
think that
Christmas
just
Carol.
for a lot of us who had those books, particularly those of us who had the art inclination later, those were important works. Like
Oh yeah,
they're not your average. I can't think of any other kids book where I remember the illustrations with anywhere near the level of detail. I remember those. I'm sure there were great ones, but those were off the charts.
Yeah. I think yeah, a lot of times they just didn't want to do the creepy drawings because like either they didn't want the kid to get scared or they didn't want the parent to immediately say you can't read that. But kids like scary stuff. They like to read scary stories. They like to be spooked.
sometimes
Why do
you
you
just have to be scared right out of your gourd.
why do you think Goosebumps had so many freaking books? Kids
Yeah,
loved it. I don't know if there's anything like that nowadays, like
I
Goosebumps.
I remember the only thing that really scared me out of like horror movies and stuff like that as a kid, because my parents were like, yeah, sure, watch it, get exposed, exposed to it early and everything, to
Yeah,
not
yeah,
be scared
yeah,
by it. The
yeah, yeah.
only thing that scared me was in Sleepy Hollow, where the headless horseman picked up the kid. That the only reason why that scared me because I was around the same age as that kid, so I was like, that put me on edge a little bit. But after that, yeah, I'd watch horror movies all day long, and yeah, no, I'm fine.
Does FNAF count? Well, FNAF's a game. It's not a book. I
And I
don't think
mean,
there's.
and FNAF gives you, like you will eventually get desensitized to all those jump scares. Like the first couple, you'll get hit, you know, but after playing the game for like 6 hours trying to get through a level, you get desensitized to that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's I'm at like book wise. I haven't really seen anything. Some apparently Animorphs got real dark in some of the like later books with like kids getting trapped inside the body of the animals that they could transform into, and they're just like stuck in there for the rest of their lives.
Ugh,
Yeah.
that is weird.
I
And
mean,
then
I
like
don't know.
apparently
I wouldn't mind just being a fat, lazy house cat that doesn't have to pay taxes.
trying to remember what's the name of that site that has I know it is TV Tropes. I'm trying to remember one in particular. Nightmare Fuel, there we go.
Huh.
There was one.
I get lost on TV tropes occasionally. Just read.
What it was. This is so long. There's like five, like if you were to put this in a Word document, it's like at least 3 pages of horror. Good lord. I'm not gonna be
I
able to
re-
find it.
I remember I was reading the Nightmare Fuel parts of Kingdom Hearts 1, and it made me realize something that absolutely creepy is that for a good portion of the game you are just essentially a disembodied heart just going around interacting with people. It's fun.
Oh, hang on. I don't remember this one. Rachel morphs into a starfish, gets split in half, and ends up
Ugh.
as two Rachels. One is a complete psychopath.
Hmm.
Nice.
Now did they answer if that was the real Rachel? Was the real Rachel a psychopath, or was the
Oh, it says the other tells the last chapter when they get reunited and is terrified that the bad one is part of her again.
Well, I mean, you got to take the good with the bad.
Hang on, is this it? Oh my god. It's insect related. Rachel falls unconscious on an anthill, in a bear morph, and they start eating her alive. She wakes up, demorphs, and screams the entire. Good God! All right, I'm not reading any more of this. This is a children's book by children's story, by the way.
Hell
Scare
yeah.
the children.
I remember when I was younger, they did have like a TV series for this, but I'm pretty sure they didn't go very they didn't go as far as the books did. Di Okay, this is gonna sound out of nowhere. Did you ever see Space Cases on Nickelodeon a long time ago?
No, that
Mm-mm.
doesn't sound
Never heard of
familiar.
this.
I remember there was like a girl that was always talking to like her imaginary friend, and people were like, "Yeah, okay, she's just crazy." And it turned out she was real, and they switched bodies, and the other girl, or not switched bodies, they switched locations or something, and the other girl is just lost in the void. It's weird.
Scare the
Awesome.
children.
I'm just adding blood now to the characters because a lot of them
I
have blood.
I don't know
Blood.
why this reminded me of this, but there's this. It's not horror related, but it's body switching. Um, but you guys know Howard the Duck, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So the original artist of Howard the Duck was fired from Disney or Disney from Marvel way back when, and they didn't let him take his character because it was Marvel property and all that. So he had went to work with, I want to say it was Image Comics. It was either Image or Dark Horse, but I believe it was Image Comics, where he made a very similar duck-like character, uh, and he worked there for a while and everything, and then they did a crossover with Marvel's Howard the Duck. So he wrote a story where Howard got cloned and they swapped the ducks around so the real Howard is in the Image Comics universe and the fake Howard is in the Marvel universe, so that way he could have his own duck back. Talk about some petty
Nice.
shit. But I mean, he
I don't
wanted
know.
his
It
character
sounds
back.
like it sounded like it worked out in the end.
Oh yeah, yeah. But and now now he's got a. I don't know if they still make. They renamed it to like Cliff the Duck or something like that. I don't quite remember. But
Disney's made of money. They can just buy the character and call him Howard again.
yeah, yeah.
They got money. Acting like they can't afford things. Oh no, the mouse doesn't have enough money to buy another duck. Only Donald
Well, they
is.
finally got DC Comics to rename Captain Marvel to Shazam.
I didn't know about this.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Shazam. That whole character's there's a whole story with it. DC Comics sued a smaller comic company who had a character called Captain Marvels just before Marvel was even a thing, and he was very Superman like. So they sued the company completely out of existence, got the rights to the character and everything, and it kind of sat on the shelf for a while. They brought him back, gave him some more magical mythos and everything, kept calling him Captain Marvel. Well, Marvel came on to and they made their own Captain Marvel, but they didn't. There was enough differences between the two characters that DC couldn't sue him or anything. So there was essentially two Captain Marvels existing, and with the MCU being more and more popular, and they gave the role of Captain Marvel to Carol Danvers, who was Miss Marvel and now Captain Marvel. DC ended up deciding to change the name from Captain Marvel to Shazam so people wouldn't get confused, and allowed them to easily market a Shazam movie with the name Shazam and so on and so forth.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Lore.
yep. And this is the information I keep in my head a lot easier than taxes.
Man, I learn one thing and something else leaves my brain. I don't have enough brain power to remember everything. My God.
Look, I can remember the lore of Kingdom Hearts, these random little snippets of random character history throughout all of life, from Captain Marvel, Howard the Duck, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, just all these little bits of things. Can't ride a bike.
Hey, I mean, that's why you can get a Segway instead.
Yeah,
you
or
go.
I could just stay inside. Just cut off the legs. Don't need them.
No, you still need them. If there's a zombie apocalypse, what are you gonna do?
Die.
Yeah, me too.
I
Same.
had it all figured out. Don't worry about it.
Repopulate the earth? Nah, I'm past that age. Goodbye, cruel world. Off to zombie land I go.
How will I go to the bathroom? Don't ask questions you don't want the answers.
Blood everywhere.
Was that? Oh, okay. You weren't talking about the
Blood.
bathroom thing anymore.
Oh, that would be concerning if there was blood everywhere when you went to the bathroom. Please consult your
Uh,
doctor.
it depends on how you lost your legs.
Yar har.
People, Superman is a generic superhero. Yeah. There's a reason why a lot of people call it like the superhero cocktail. When someone just has super strength, they got flight, healing. You get the superhero cocktail and call it a day. It's the easiest way to explain people's powers. I like your gluttony over here, Cub.
Thank you.
He's looking like he's having a real hard time passing up that unlimited buffet.
Oh, hang on, let me see this. Oh, that face. Mwah, that's a good expression right there.
He got that dumper on his face.
Oh my God. You just won't let that word go.
No.
Now it's going to be at least once per session dumper in Kingdom Hearts. I'm prepared now.
You say this, but here's the joke.
Uh-huh.
They give one character, Terra, they've joked that he's got a dumper of an ass. And they came out with these little chibi plushies, and someone
Uh-huh.
had got the Terra one and says, yes, they have given him a sizable ass on his chibi. And I fucking lost it.
I love the fact that like I'm over here drawing these terrible grotesque creatures and then on the top of my screen there's a sleeping cat. It's just the like dichotomy, like the dissonance. It does it. There's cat, adorable, cute, sleepy, and then there's whatever I got going on over here. I'm currently checking out this manga that is so you guys obviously know about like Power Rangers and whatnot. Like, it's like a group of rainbow colored warriors that fight evil. There's a manga that's come out where apparently there's like corruption amongst the heroes, the rangers, where like every Sunday they tell the quote unquote bad guys to show up so they can defeat them, and they just they don't die, so they're just like, all right, come back next week so we can look good for the people. And this one guy is like, yeah, they're not real heroes, they're just actors pretending to be heroes. I'm interested in where this story goes. He basically is trying to infiltrate the their headquarters. Also, I don't know if Co's stud is working really hard or muted.
He's working hard.
Okay.
I got Discord pulled up. I can see.
I gotcha. They fight. Well, they like
My
created
wireless
Eden.
mic died. Sorry.
Oh
Oh,
no, you're
so
good. You're good.
technically he was muted. Technically he was muted.
It happens. It happens. But it seems interesting. I kind of like the concept, especially like since it's not one of those beating around the bush kind of comics. Like one girl already figured out that the guy who's infiltrating, and she's just like, "Ah, cool, because I hate them too, and I want to kill like this one guy." He's all like, "Oh, geez, you're crazier than I am."
Hmm.
But yeah, it's like corruption amongst superheroes. So kind, I guess, kind of like a same similar vibe to The Boys, I guess.
Still haven't seen The Boys.
I
I
haven't
need
seen season
to.
2.
It's on my very long list of things to watch that never seems to not grow. But usually the things I get spoiled, I don't get spoiled on. I usually put pretty far down on the list, so I never end up watching it. Like anything with Marvel, I always try to watch first because I'll get spoiled on. The Boys, I don't follow anything with it, so I don't have to worry about it.
I'm grateful that I'm the kind of person that like I don't mind spoilers. In fact, a lot of cases, a spoiler will basically confirm whether I should invest my time into something or not, or if I'm gonna watch it and be disappointed that I have 2 brain cells and they cannot focus on a lot of things. So if I'm watching a movie or a TV show and I'm not paying attention, then I'm just like, all right, dropped.
I usually try to stay fairly spoil free, at least when I first start watching something. Just
I'm,
just so that way I can experience it.
I'm really happy with that blood.
Huh?
Oh
Check that
Oh,
damn!
out.
wow.
Now is it blood or just like chocolate cake? Because I mean,
It's
you
open
could.
to interpretation.
I'm trying to find what the name of this comic was with the guy who's like, the Power Rangers are terrible people.
For a while, I was reading Invincible, and it's pretty good. I just ran out of time, haven't picked it back up. But they've got a Amazon movie out, or TV show out rather, that's animated, and I've been interested in checking that out too. Thankfully, I'm far enough into it that I don't have to worry about spoilers on that one.
There. I was hoping my other cat would show up and be extra content, but
No,
clearly yeah, no, she's just like, you can't use me for content, mom. Go
you've
or
only earned the use of one.
I have given them so much wet food because lately they don't want to eat their dry food. I think like maybe they're getting older and it's harder for them to eat the dry food.
Right.
Maybe switch up the brand a little.
I've tried. There's some it's very hit or miss because the younger one is super picky. Like if you give her wet food and it says like chicken or liver on it, like she'll just straight up look at me like I'm crazy and to give her the real food. She does not like she'll sniff at it and look at me like, "Look here, peasant. How dare you feed me this inferior meal?"
The my cats hates any wet food that's pate.
Do
They do not.
they prefer like
They like
the
shredded.
mine don't like shredded. It's funny.
They just. I guess they don't like the spam plump of it. I don't know. They just that'll sit there forever and never get ate. But you put the shredded in there, they tear it up.
Every now and then it's just a lot of fun drawing grotesque things. I'm so used to drawing more of a cutesy style, which is good. I like my cutesy style, but sometimes it's just really nice to get a little bit out of my comfort zone and just go ham on making weird, gross things. A
Oh
lot of
yeah.
people have been like, "Six can't draw gross stuff," and I'm like, "You want to bet?"
That's my
Like, there's obviously
default.
room for me to improve, which I want to. Why is somebody yelling ass? Did somebody draw a butt? Nobody
I
drew
did
a
not.
butt.
Well, I mean, I did earlier. He's just hanging
Oh.
out back here.
It's our secret chat.
Oh no.
Secrets.
Aw. There's
There's
secrets.
secret ass.
Aw. I'm sad I didn't see it. Should we take a look at the actually say I could turn this off. We can save
Oh, I was grabbing those colors.
two, but we'll leave it. Yeah, let me save
Oh,
this canvas then. Is everybody's doodle on here? I'll wait till you're done, Clark. But I guess Coden's see. I clearly didn't see anything, and I'm just gonna go along with the gag at this point. But I'm gonna check out the community canvas before. Wait, what is this? Legal? Wait, what happened? Why did somebody write
Oh,
legal?
because they drew a black cat over here using the black of the
Oh,
community.
oh, I see. Oh, we got a smarty pants over here using that big brain. I
Ethan,
will
see, so
allow
the
it.
next time, just keep that in mind and just completely ruin their day next time
No,
help!
they were
I'm
smart.
inbred.
around. Help, I'm bread.
I still love just these nuts there. Look at this part. Kitties, they're so cute. Look at all the teal. They added more teal. Bless. I
You're
guess I love
lovely.
all the different styles. I love
Yeah,
seeing
I love
everything.
Richie's cave monster spider cat thing.
Yeah, good style.
All these good.
Mm-hmm.
Arch grumpy cheetah that's not impressed.
Hmm. You know what?
Spider,
You know what, you
okay.
guys? Where did that? Okay, look here, look here. See, y'all forced my hand. Hang on, because there's all these spaces, and
Ah,
you've just given me
it's an
the
invasion.
key to come in over here and just draw. Hang on, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm bringing it full circle. Hang on. Oh
Oh,
shoot!
that was a full circle, all right.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Fine. Shh, it's fine. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. All right. Hang on. Hang on. I'm bringing it full circle right now. Hold on.
Shame.
Don't you?
Shame!
You copied my color. How dare you? Mean. All right, hang on. I'm going somewhere with this. I promise. So, like at the beginning of stream, I mentioned. Look here,
That
I have
wasn't
a
me that
different
time.
color.
I'm innocent of this one.
Earlier in the stream, I mentioned Knife Cat. I'm bringing it full circle.
Oh shit.
It's happening. It needs a different color. Hold on, that doesn't work. I'm very good at drawing knives, by the way. There you go.
I just realized I never updated the overlay.
You
Why am
never
I like
updated the what?
this? The overlay.
Yeah, we
Oh
just been drawing
no!
We've just been drawing busty silhouettes all day.
Yo, busty silhouettes all day, every day. God, I can't believe people are just yelling shame.
Shame!
I've done nothing to deserve this.
Shame! Chew agrees.
I don't want to hear it from you, Chew. I'm trying to encourage creativity. Cat, don't you lick your... You're on camera, Cat. Don't you do it.
Oh,
Right.
memories.
So yeah, there you go. There's I brought it full circle. I mentioned at the beginning you could draw meme cats, and I have come back and I have made it happen. There we go. It is done. Beautiful drawing. I have to name my layer. Hold on. I feel like if I leave this alone, somebody's going to draw something on top of it. So I'm prepared for that to happen.
As it should
So
be.
I guess, yeah, as it should. The oh, look at everybody. That's what we just need to do one day. We'll just pick a little square and we'll just hang out and draw with the community.
We'll draw
and
tiny drawings, all of us in one square, and them and all the others.
Yes, all 4 or 5 of us in one square.
We'll do microscopic undo crew.
We could also do like, oh, there goes somebody who's really cool. We could also do like panels like that's around the middle part here, and then everybody surrounds us, so we can feel like we can't escape. That feeling of terror. We are surrounded. Yeah, I guess all that's left is undo crew for ants. Is think of next time we'll think about what we're doing for the next undo crew.
You see us?
Only 6 minutes before stream too.
Hmm?
And so we'll think of it 6 minutes before stream.
As one does as an artist, yes.
Yes, cannot do it any time.
Sounds good.
Posting the links. Yeah, thanks again for the fun art drawings. As always, had a good time just chatting and drawing grotesque creatures.
We're talking about all manner of things.
All right,
Yeah.
friends. You guys have a good rest of your weekend.
You too.
Y'all right, Clark? You disappeared.
Yep, nope, I clicked the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Good night, you guys.
Good
Night
night.
night.
All right, everybody. I have to sneeze. I was going to sign off, and then the sneeze feeling took over. I tweeted out my my drawings cropped out if you wanted to get a closer look at them for them details. But yeah, I am out of here. Y'all have a lovely night, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to be in the Extra Life UHC with Mindcrack tomorrow. I'm not sure on the exact time, actually. I know it's somewhere. I don't remember where that somewhere is. 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Okay? I'll be in that UHC, and then I think we'll probably wrap the night up with Gun Day, if the Gun Day friends are feeling it. If not, maybe we'll do some more Unity or something. So, yeah. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.